Right. Well, let's try that again, shall we? I'm gonna, for a few reasons, do a bit of a truncated intro, not least of which being we didn't really make it very far on Monday, did we? Well, dear friends, welcome back to Tales of Praxis. I'm your host, Aaron Suduko, the founder of WithATerribleFate.com, your first and final source for all literary studies of video games. If you love their stories, if their themes ground your life and the way that you think about the world, if you consume them in the ways that your friends consume novels and films, you've come to the right place. That's all that we do. We've been doing that for about a decade at this point in long-form written content on podcasts, which you can find on withtheterriblefate.com, convention lectures, which you can find at a con near you, especially if you happen to be in Boston this coming month. We'll be talking about bosses at PAX East, which should be a lot of fun, and these live streams. And it is so nice to be back with you. For those of you who don't know, and hello to those of you who do, like Pottery and Grail, Tales of Praxis is a series that I've been running for With a Terrible Fate for about a year at this point, diving deep into the series of JRPGs put out by first Namco, now Bandai Namco, known as the Tales or Tales of JRPGs, a series that really shaped me as a gamer and a philosopher and a person growing up. And which it was long overdue for me to analyze from the lens of the philosophy of literature and game narrative and everything in between. So I've been doing a deep study which aspires to ultimately be comprehensive, looking at least all of the Western releases of these masterpiece games and trying to understand both on their own terms and also as an overall intertextual series, what is it that they're trying to say? What kinds of journeys do they take their players on? What do they want us to take away from those journeys? And what tools do they give us with which to navigate our own lives, our place in the world, our communities, our relationship with our history, and the future that we want to chart in new and rewarding and surprising ways? So I've been doing that in two forms. One form being long-form written articles, my typical bread and butter, which you can find on withtheterriblefate.com. And if you are just dropping in to the Xillia stream and are not that familiar with that side of things, I'll go ahead and post the link for your benefit and yours alone. There we go. And the other half is what you have found if you're hanging out here, which consists of these wonderful live book club adventures that we've been going on Twitch, and the VODs of which you can find on YouTube, reading the entirety of these games in extensive playthroughs, trying to journey through everything that they have to offer and understand how do we feel about these journeys we're being taken on? What are we attending to? What meaning can we derive from it in this kind of live format that we're embarking on together in what I like to call the real life JRPG party, in the sense that everyone who comes and contributes, especially to the chat, but even in comments on YouTube and things such as that, each brings his or her own unique perspective, genuinely unique in the sense of having a different background, a different proclivity to games, and therefore sees what these games have to offer in slightly different ways, such that the wonderful and rewarding insights we arrive at on these streams are always greater than the sum of their parts, and that's thanks to all of you. So we're starting our sixth full-length playthrough adventure, and I'm going to say that today is a continuation of the kickoff because we started it on Monday, but for those of you who are there, I'm going to apologize again. I thankfully at least got validation that it was nothing on my part. Almost always my internet provider is incredibly reliable. It's city-provided internet. That's all fiber optic cables, really great, which is why we've had, knock on wood, basically no technical issues, with the glaring exception of Monday. But it was something on their end. It was not me. So I appreciate the grace that everyone offered and understanding, but I made a point of calling them and trying to understand what was going on. So things should hopefully be better going forward. Also, I know I add up the counter every time I say grace, especially after we did Tales of Graces. There's no getting away from it. If you're ever feeling like your own technical troubleshooting skills are not up to snuff, let me just share this tidbit with you. I called them, and the technical support person said, yeah, we had an issue because two of our core pieces of technology, maybe servers or routers or whatever the appropriate term is, were having problems. So we had to reboot them a few times over the course of the night, and the problem just went away. So even on the level of being a city scale ISP, the solution sometimes turns out to just be try turning it off and on again. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it made me at least feel a little bit better about my own capabilities, for whatever that's worth. Hey, Random, nice to see you too. Welcome back to the stream. Good to have you here. So anyway, again, thank you for bearing with me on Monday. Hopefully this will be the first instance of what I'm looking forward to with this Tales of Xillia journey. My first time all the way through the game in wonderful 4-hour chunks with all of you. And so hopefully we'll get more efficiently into it and then be entrenched in it throughout the evening, which would be a lot of fun. You would hope so, Grail, but I don't know what to tell you. Yes, and Pottery, I take it that you know probably more than the rest of us. So that's, I guess I'm going to err on the side of it being reassuring rather than concerning that happens even with relatively significant ISP. I'm excited to jump back in. Like I was saying, the good and the bad of Monday is that we really didn't get far enough for Aaron to have further thoughts grounding our Tales of Xillia time together. We didn't even get to the first battle. So we're going to start from the last save, going to the research center together. But because we live in a wonderful day and age where a lot is going on in gaming around us, there are just a few updates to give. First, in the Tales of Praxis side of the world, I mentioned this before, but I'll remind everyone on the stream that I'm actually not going to be here this Friday because I'm going to be over in Massachusetts, and it's my deep pleasure to be serving as the best man in the wedding of my dear friend and fellow video game analyst and contributor to With a Terrible Fate, Dan Hughes. So I will be in the middle of, I think, rehearsal exercises at the time when the stream usually airs. So after this wonderful kickoff journey this evening together, we're going to take a little break until next Monday and then hit the ground running with our first solid week of Xillia streams on the regular schedule. So I'm really excited for that, but this weekend is going to be great too. And if I know us, I'm sure we'll come back with some gaming relevant stories, even beyond the wonderful occasion that is his wedding. So there's that news. Random, you're generous to say that we're looking pretty fancy today because I didn't break out the proper suit coat jacket, but I did get a few pins going on. So we've got the typical Tales series pin just to pay homage to the series. And as I said on Monday, I don't have a pin for Tales of Xillia, although Milla. I haven't ingrained her name in my mind yet. Milla is still hanging out with us, but I do have a pin for my good man Shinga Meteorito, or Core Meteor, if you prefer, the hero of Tales of Hearts, which is my way of saying one of the things that I was able to accomplish off stream over the last couple days, wrapping up this morning, was concluding my first playthrough of Tales of Hearts R. I have a million thoughts on it, as is the case with Tales of Eternia. I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to spoil it, but suffice to say, I had a wonderful time with it. It's something that I would definitely consider buying a PS TV to be able to stream and play with all of you, because like Tales of Eternia, I think it's something that is criminally underappreciated and underplayed in the community. And Grail, we can definitely talk more with spoilers and everything off the stream, but what I will say, just by way of saying something about it is simply a beautiful game. I think that no matter what your favorite entry in this series is, if you love the Tales series enough to be engaging with something like Tales of Praxis, you owe it to yourself to play Tales of Hearts at some point, because I do really think it came across to me as the Tales game for the Tales fan, if you know what I mean. And if you know what I mean, I'll say one more thing about it, which is maybe going to come off as even more cryptic, but it's what has me most excited to dig into it a little further and think more about it, which is I walked away from it not only in a puddle of tears because of how touching it was, and I cried quite a lot, so I was glad that I wasn't streaming it for that reason, but also I walked away feeling like its story in an incredibly profound and articulate and sophisticated sense, explains and expresses a message about the magic of what it means to sit down and play specifically a Tales game, and what it is that you as a player are doing when you go through this long journey investing in these characters. Kind of like a lot of what we talked about in the post-game conversation of Tales of Grace's F, but imagine if the message of the game was in a very self-aware way concerned with what that experience is and why it's valuable. Not in a way that literally breaks the fourth wall, but in a way that really got me back in touch with a lot of the magic that inspired me to do Tales of Praxis in the first place. So I loved it. The character studies were amazing. The villains were incredible. I think especially if you love Tales of Symphonia or Tales of the Abyss, this has a lot to recommend in terms of comparative character studies that will make you see those other games in different ways. And I think the plot just was one of those immaculate cases of a plot, like the studies I did of Tales of Vesperia and Tales of Destiny side by side, where despite it being a longer game than I expected, with a lot of skits and a lot of side content, there's no fat on the bone, just a bunch of meat and a lot of really rewarding insights that all fold together into an incredibly moving and thoughtful story. So I wrapped it up this morning, so it's great to have a double feature of concluding a Tales game as we begin another one together on the stream. But yes, I can't say enough about it. My head is swimming with thoughts, and I'm excited to chat more with you all about it and share more of my own analysis about it in the near future here. Yes, Grail, I thought of you more than once in terms of the music, especially at the end. Basically, at me was blowing me away. The musical themes, the aesthetics of the settings. I mean, I was amazed at how rich they were able to make the world on a game that was originally and then ported to the Vita. I mean, small screen does not equal small world nor small themes, and Tales of Hearts is a great testament to that. So go play it, or wait for us to play it together. But I'm excited to dig into that further. Of course, we have something else on our plate for this evening, which I'm equally excited for. And I think it's also partly just the magic of venturing into new Tales worlds now that we're far enough down this Tales of Praxis rabbit hole together, because I really felt similar waves of feeling and just awe, frankly, during my time with Tales of Eternia, as you know, and even with Tales of Destiny, all of those mothership titles that I was playing for the first time in the past year as part of Tales of Praxis, which I say because I have a good feeling that it bodes quite well for our time with Tales of Xillia, too. The one other thing I will mention, just because I think I'm legally obligated to mention it, is that if you are an Elden Ring fan, you may or may not be aware that some news dropped on that front. So I know I did a big show and tell of most of my Japan acquisitions, but I had to break out my one Elden Ring acquisition, which I don't think I shared on the stream before. But I also got our little boy, Torrent. One of my favorite little plushie acquisitions, and kind of great to have side by side with Milla, although he doesn't quite make it into the camera shot. Yes, I'm not gonna do a whole trailer analysis, because you all know that I'm not about that, with the exception purely for Tales of Praxis of Beyond the Dawn last year. But I will say, I too am so excited about it. I think we're in for a time and a half in more ways than one. And I really enjoyed it and was excited to see the trailer, because to me, it marked something that was kind of remarkable, where the biggest sort of fan theory about how the DLC was going to be framed was in fact confirmed by the trailer. And also, Aaron's pet thought about where he would have loved to see the DLC go was also confirmed by the description that we got on Bamco's official site, which I really wasn't expecting. But the fan community was all really excited about the idea that, we have the sort of decrepit and decayed arm of Milla, and we don't really know what's going on with that. Maybe that'll be a way into the DLC. Turns out that seems to be one of the central concerns of the DLC. And then Aaron was sitting here thinking, man, based on the various story elements and how the rest of it is structured, and also based on the way in which the lore is built around Oh my God, the goddess whose name I'm blanking on right now because it's been a day. Um, it's another M name, right? Why am I having a stroke? America. Thank you, Pottery. See, together we form one functional game analyst. I was sitting here saying, oh, it would be so cool to see sort of the origins of America in some time prior to the formation of the Golden Order, because we see all of these different little windows and allusions into that in the corners of the game. And then, insofar as the game becomes centrally concerned with this idea of following the path and thinking about your character's destined relation to this particular story and plot and deciding how you as a player want to act in relation to that plot, thinking about how it could be that we might come to understand America prior to the establishment of that plot itself, and non-relationally come to understand her and the world prior to it being structured in the way that we see it architected in the main game. It struck me as the one thing that was kind of obviously and interestingly missing, and that would follow in the footsteps of Miyazaki's other DLC in terms of being a great way to expand the world without kind of rewriting or reaching beyond the world. So kind of hitting his sweet spot for the way in which he thinks about DLC. And since I and everyone else I know am getting really hyped about that at this point, I will also share, if you haven't read this, it's one of my older articles. It stands the test of time as one of my favorites in terms of thinking specifically about what it takes to tell a story that's really interesting, specifically as DLC. And I still think to this day, even though we now have more models of what can be really compelling DLC and stuff like Beyond the Dawn and the Xenoblade franchises and things like that, I still think Miyazaki just has a different read on what makes DLC worthwhile, and one that is really, really rewarding and interesting to think about. So encourage you to check that out if you haven't, especially if you're interested in the kind of questions that we dig into all the time on With a Terrible Fate and on Tales of Praxis. I will say, without speculating too much, I'm really interested because for a little bit of potted, no pun intended, Dark Souls history, I think we talked about Scholar of the First Sin with regard to Dark Souls 2 not that long ago on the stream. Dark Souls 2 was a game that had a clear point of view in the first place, but to many people felt kind of unfinished and dissatisfying relative to Dark Souls. And then Scholar of the First Sin came along and added 3 big DLC adventures and also a new optional final boss and a new ending that branched off of that. And I think I'm really interested to see where Shadow of the Erdtree goes in relation to that, because some of the notes that we see in terms of how it's being represented in descriptions of its story and bits of the trailer strike me as really interestingly resonant with especially the further ending that was added in the DLC to Dark Souls 2. So I won't say more than that. I'm excited with whatever they'll do. I trust Miyazaki blindly and completely at this point, but that's kind of what's piquing my interest about it at this particular moment. And I can't wait to see everything that comes between now and June. It's nice that we have a release date for it as well. That's fair, Grail. Yes, and that's just as important to the analysis, having a control group. So we're gonna make you play it anyway, and make you play it without you being hype, and then we can triangulate what it was really about and what it felt like in the review. I know we were talking a little bit about Rebirth. Oh, okay. So Potter, you didn't share your thoughts yet, but yes, if you have thoughts on Rebirth, definitely feel free to share those. I'm excited, and yeah, for those who aren't following the Rebirth hype or the Shadow of the Erdtree hype, so Rebirth, and this tells you kind of all you need to know about the game, comes out on Leap Day, February 29th, which is no accident if you're familiar with the franchise or the kinds of things that they are playing around with, I think. But yes, that was also one of the reasons that I've been forcing myself at a meteoric pace, pun intended, through Tales of Hearts R, because I and along with Dan and I think everyone else who's really excited about Rebirth, wanted to make sure that our collective gaming backlogs were sufficiently clear to be able to just live in that and plow through it while avoiding spoilers once it comes out. So I'm so excited for that. we will definitely find a right way to talk about it on the stream while being mindful for spoilers, but I'm sure it'll be the kind of thing exactly like Final Fantasy 16, where I work through it at a, well, again, a meteoric pace just to be able to consume it all in one sitting, because I think it's that kind of game in more ways than one. But very excited to see what happens with that too. It's an embarrassment of riches in terms of this time in gaming, I think, my friends. So excited for the new releases. Also excited to have Tales of Praxis with all of you to continue our unflinching and incredibly involved look at a series that is not new, but rather has spanned almost 30 years. And I think still, as a community, we are just scratching the surface of everything it has to teach us. So I'm excited to see now what Tales of Xillia has to teach us as we continue onward in this study together. And I think that is the best transition that we are going to have back to it. So let us get to it, my friends, and welcome back to Tales of Praxis. Everyone, pray to the collective internet gods that my ISP was not lying to me, and we actually will have stable internet. But I think we should. It's that was the one time in, I think almost 2 years at this point that I've had a major issue with it. So, like I said, I thought about going right back to the exact moment that we had in the research center, but I figured the end of the stream was so spotty anyways, better to just go back to the save, which was right before we started that whole sequence and when we ran into Milla for the first time. So we'll have a little bit of a refresher as we get back into things here. But look at that. It was, for Aaron, definitely a shortened intro, and we have well over 3.5 hours to sink into Xillia for the first proper time together. So let's do it. Okay, so you were saying, Pottery, there was a discussion going around yesterday about people encountering spoilers for the first time and discussions about rebirth. You think it justifies your approach to the idea of spoilers a bit because understanding the OG story is crucial to understanding remake/. So I'm not quite sure I follow what you're saying, Pottery. Are you saying that you think it's like there are cases in which it's okay to have things spoiled for you because sometimes having access to those spoilers can be important for understanding the next game in the series? Is that what you mean? It's been a minute since that last spoiler conversation, so you might just have to refresh me on what you were thinking. The Fenmont water system channels spirits to circulate water through a network of underground lotus stems. Oh, we're already back on the lotus theming too. Picking up on the flower theme from last time. From last time, I say, from Tales of Graces. Used water is filtered through the lotuses to purify it. So again, like fitting the technical mechanisms of the world, which are already being foregrounded in Xillia, together with the thematic content. Filtered through the lotuses to purify it, and then pumped into the roots of the lumen and home trees. Another new term. I'm glad we came back just for that. That was a nice little addition. Okay, this is the correct way. I'll save up here, just in case we have to come back to this for some reason. I'll say another thing that was cool, without spoilers, but because we've been thinking so much about flower theming, the main enemy type in Tales of Hearts, all based on flowers, but with a very kind of the same perspective, but on the opposite side of the coin, if you will, to the look we get at flowers in Tales of Graces, and so far in Tales of Xillia. But of course, we haven't really done anything in Xillia yet. Yeah, see, Pottery, I think I get where you're coming from, although it might be helpful for you to say a little bit more. I'm just going to go quickly through these because I remember we did these last time. But see, my instinct would be that if you were feeling that way about it, and I get where you're coming from in terms of thinking that access to the first game is important, I would almost say like that makes it more important for the publishers and people in the community to just emphasize you really should do yourself the favor of playing through the original version before you play Remake and Rebirth, rather than saying that makes it okay to like talk about the twist and things that happened in the original just out there in the community, because those do strike me as different experiences, and I can see how it, like, I understand that having access to that information might end up being important to Rebirth, and given everything that happened in Remake, I understand you saying it might even be necessary to experiencing Rebirth. But to me, like, it still feels like a further leap to say, and like that makes it okay to just tell everyone what happens in the community, absent the broader context of simply playing through the game, if that makes sense. I'll also say
you messed up your foothold art again? How many years have you been working this job?
I think I talked about this quite a while ago when we were talking about Remake. I had a really interesting experience because I actually played through Remake for the first time with my ex-girlfriend who had basically no prior experience with Final Fantasy. And it was remarkable to me because based on everything that I was experiencing about it, I found myself saying, oh man, like, it's amazing what they're doing relative to the original, and I wonder whether she'll even be able to follow it. And she was actually able to like get a remarkable amount out of it and appreciate what they were doing without having any prior experience of the first game. So I don't know what that says about whether there's a right or wrong way to play the overall series or anything like that, but it struck me as really interesting because I think if I were going to, recommend a way in which to play it to a first-time gamer experiencing the series, I would certainly say you owe it to yourself to start with the first one in the way that I was just talking about. But I think it is just a surprising datum as much as anything else for me that people who don't have that background, at least with Remake, and we'll see whether it holds for Rebirth too, can still, follow along with the game well enough. And really, she said, barring some of the allusions to things that were happening with Sephiroth, she was keyed into and following along with everything else, which was pretty remarkable to me. Do you mean Zerams are an invasive species, Grail? Because yeah, I think that's a really interesting way to think about just the symbolic biodiversity of them, if you will. It was funny because like I'm so outside of like plant nomenclature that it took me half the game to realize that they were all not just representing flowers but actually named after flowers, which was a pretty cool thing to discover as I was working through it. Yeah, I definitely, like we were talking about last time, Grail, a lot of this does remind me of Tales of Vesperia and Terca Luminaries, between just the style of the design and also, like you're saying, the reliance on the energy systems, which is really cool to see. Yeah, and I'm with you, Pottery. I think they've created a challenging situation for themselves, Square, from the business perspective, in terms of telling a story that requires doing homework in the way that we were talking about a few streams ago, and that can be a big ask. But I think that one of the things I said when Remake came out was that I really feel like they did something remarkably ambitious, and that could only be done with a story that was that well-known and influential and broadly received in the community the first time. So I think it was definitely a gamble on their part to create that kind of story, but I think it holds up as the kind of story that, to me at least, it makes sense and pays dividends to experience the first for the first time and then go through it and experience what they have to say about that first one in this whole Remake series. But I get, on the one hand, yeah, the practicality, that can be a challenge. On the other hand, like I was saying a while ago, I think it speaks well of them and to this point that they made the effort to remake and release Crisis Core before this. Maybe remake is the wrong term in the context, but remaster and release Crisis Core and make it more accessible. And also, worth keeping in mind, like it doesn't take that long in the world of JRPGs and people who really care about reading them like we do to play through the original. I remember being pretty surprised by that when I went back and replayed it a couple of years ago at this point, because really you can get through like the long and the short of the story in probably 25 hours. Nothing compared to the time that we spend on, say, the Tales games here. So again, like, I get that it's an ask. I also feel like this might also just be part of where our opinions diverge. I think there are certain cases of art, And I think it speaks well of games that they're sufficiently well developed that there can be games like this where it's okay to have not a barrier to entry, but a prerequisite or an ask for the player and the audience saying, you're gonna be able to experience this in a special way and have a special kind of access to the text if you are familiar with what it is in conversation with. It might seem weirder to us because video games are such a newer medium than something like the novel. But my favorite example, which I think I've brought up before on the stream of this, is James Joyce's Ulysses, right? An extreme example, but I remember in college, I took this course on kind of the great books of the Western canon throughout the years, and kind of the worst kept secret of the course was that we read a different book every week, and then at the end we read Ulysses, and every single work that we had done in the rest of the course was basically homework for Ulysses, because Joyce included and worked through elements of all of them in Ulysses to the point that you really couldn't make heads or tails of what he was up to without having those background works. So is that for everyone? No, of course not. But I do think, like, to me, that's emblematic of a specific kind of intertextual and almost metatextual storytelling that is, the kind of thing that can only be done once there is something like a canon of works. And so I think for Square to be even attempting that with something like Final Fantasy VII, which surely belongs in the literary canon of video games, I think is, it strikes me as something that is cool and aspirational, not just for what that game alone might be able to achieve. So I can't wait to see what it will achieve, but also in terms of just the broader course of how games are continuing to evolve as a medium and what they're capable of. So that's, I get that it's, not the kind of thing that would be for everyone, but that's why I'm kind of excited for it as opposed to seeing it as just like a barrier to entry. Yeah, that's fair, Grail. It is definitely that's one of the things too. Like, if you've managed to stay sheltered from something like the biggest twist in a story for this long, and you're interested in the story and you want to dive in when it's back, in the vernacular and something new is being released about it, I feel like, that's almost so improbable that I want to be able to say, good for you. Try to find a way to maintain that, proper ignorance until you work through the thing now so that you can be on board with everyone else. Like, that's such a rare and special thing that I'd like people to be able to cherish that. Hey Argyle, welcome back. Good to see you. We're just we're doing some rebirth chatting as we get back into Xillia, but hopefully we won't have any internet issues this time around, which should be good. Oh yeah, I'm so on the opposite side of that in terms of Hearts Grail. Like, I found myself smiling about this throughout the third act because I kept thinking about different parts of the story that you referred to as people like not liking or finding cliched or cringe, and I couldn't disagree with any of those sentiments more. So we'll have to talk about it more. I'll certainly be writing about it more. But yeah, I think it's telling, and it makes sense to me in terms of the game and how it represents itself, that people might be almost misled by sort of the fairy tale aspects of it. But I think there is so much substance there in a really cool way. So I will say, and Pottery, I can't speak to the PC port, but I played the version that they did for PSN, and I was actually pleasantly surprised with that. I haven't done that many of the recent Final Fantasy remasters, but that was how I played 9 for the first time, and when I replayed 7, it was that way. And I really appreciate even just little things like on both of those, for instance, they make it easy to just, like, as the player decide, oh, I'm going to add these little like almost cheat codes that are built into the game, like, oh, you can deal max damage with every hit, or oh, you can move across the map at 3 times speed, or you can turn off random encounters. So actually, in terms of going back to old games and playing them, I found it way more accessible than I expected, for what it's worth. But I know PC ports can be crazy 8 ways to Sunday, so that might not have translated to the PC ports. Yeah, we do need more blood here. It's we always, I mean, this is part of the nature of what, to me, makes the Tales of Praxis stream fun, for what it's worth, Argyle, and I think Grail and Pottery would agree with this. We take long, unflinching looks at the Tales games and discover new meaning in them along the way and new ways to play them. But for that reason, as with these games themselves and all the skits and various conversations within them, these streams are just as much about the conversation between us as they are the gameplay and everything else like that. Yeah, that is interesting, Pottery. I'll admit, if we're just thinking about the alternatives of going into Remake and Rebirth blind or with knowledge of the story, and it just being taken as a given that you're not going to take the time to play the original, I don't know if I have a strong opinion about which, if either, is the better option. So again, like, had I not had that first time experience working through Remake with my ex, I would probably be inclined to say, yeah, you should read like a wiki plot of it, just have a sense of what's going on so that then you can tell what they're trying to do. But with her having that kind of experience, I almost find myself asking, man, did they have the presence of mind to design this in a way that can be really insightful both to the person who knows the game really well and to the person who has no prior experience? Like, is that almost part of the trick that they're trying to pull off, where they can give two people radically different perspectives on what's going on? So I understand the tension that you're pointing to, but to me that's almost part of what I'm interested in trying to key into about Rebirth. Like I would love to find someone who sat down and played that not knowing anything about the original and see what they made of it, and what kind of game they felt it was like versus how we felt as people who know where the story is going and how this might be deviating from it. So an interesting experiment, if nothing else, which I think is a great way of describing these games as a whole. And thank you for reminding me about the Discord. You're right. I think that remains a great way to partition some of these conversations. Not that they need partitioning, in my opinion, but yes, I will. Maybe when I'm away this weekend and not in the midst of wedding festivities, I can try to turn my attention back to that, because it'll be a good time to have it set up as we're kicking off Xillia and everything like that. So thank you for the reminder. I will foreground that. Yeah, we're not starting over, Argyle, so we're starting over just from from entering the research facility for the first time. So a little bit of backtracking just to get reoriented, but we're not going to be starting over soup to nuts. Oh, please don't post more of the Kohaku bad stuff. Man, you guys you're chatting it up. I love this. We got some energy in the stream. I love it. Just not too much energy that we break my internet again, please. Oh, yeah, there was some issue with DMing me in the past. I did not do that on purpose, but yeah, I'll try to sort that out too, Grail. Speaking of technical things that Aaron needs to figure out, but I mean, if we're not breaking the stream, at least that's a step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and Pottery, yeah, I share that intuition with you, but I would ask, and I might have asked this already, like, what was your impression of Remake? Because I had forgotten actually that you played it before you played the original. What was your impression going into it the first time? Like, did you find it intelligible? Did you find yourself satisfied with the conclusion? Like, I think you as much as anything would be a good test case for that, given that you did it that way, and that would be more data for us, even beyond my ex-girlfriend, which might also point to part of why you're thinking about it in the way that you are. Well, I have a Discord server, Grail, so we're halfway there. It's one that we've been using internally for the team for a long time, so I just need to figure out how to, make new channels of it and make it publicly accessible. So don't worry, Aaron will take care of it. It's on his list. But I appreciate your patience. It's all a labor of love for me, which is the good and the bad in terms of what you get from With the Terrible Fate. Good in terms of the quality, hopefully. Bad in terms of some of the schedule and predictability of it. Here we are. Write giant blocks of text. There you go. Yeah, the difference between following and understanding. Yeah, that's fair. And I think then, yeah, like, I will definitely, I will set up a Discord server for many reasons, but one chiefly being just I'm excited to talk more about, like, and have a venue for talking about Rebirth as it comes out and we're thinking through it, because that'll be fun to do as a community, given that at least right now I don't have plans of streaming it on top of the Tales stuff. I think it's better for Aaron to work through on his own. But yes, I think that question of what it is to like follow the plot of a text versus understanding what is being expressed by it, to me, like kicks back to that question of how do we make sense of texts that are just irreducibly intertextual. Like these games, we talk about reading them as an intertext, the Tales games, because all of the different members of the series can illuminate the others in particular ways, but they're not all intertextual in the sense that they directly and deliberately refer to other ones in the substance of their plot, such that, you know, there are key aspects of what they're trying to express that you'll be missing in, say, Tales of the Abyss if you haven't played Tales of Symphonia. That I would agree with you, like in terms of like that minimum standard. We can't say the same about Remake and Rebirth. Like it has that just foundational intertextual quality of the kind that I was referring to with Ulysses as well. So the question of how do we make sense of that as a gaming community, and maybe even how can we, you know, look to lessons from more established forms of literature for codes of conduct or standards of how to approach a text, is an interesting one, I think. And I'm sure, as you were saying, will probably be even more pressingly interesting in Rebirth than it was in Remake. So we have a whole series on With a Terrible Fate about the legacy of Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I and other analysts were convinced as soon as we played it that it would have a long-lasting impact on the medium of video game storytelling, and I stand by that 100%. So if you're looking for stuff with which to pregame Rebirth, I'll share that in the chat too. I just did, but yes, I have no doubt I will be going back to that series and working through a lot of thoughts on Rebirth, because it's just going to be that kind of game, and I'm really excited about it. So yes, for the Tales fans, it is all connected, especially when it comes to JRPGs. This question of what do we do in terms of reading these works and making sense of them individually and as a whole is something that has come up a lot in the Tales series. And, you know, if you've watched my lecture that I gave on Tales of Arise at PAX West in Seattle last year, you know that I also believe there's a lot that we can learn about Tales by putting it in conversation with Final Fantasy, because in one sense, they're very similar series. In another deeper sense, I think they're pretty starkly divergent series in terms of their perspective on the world and what it is that they want to say. But for that reason, all the more so, I would say we can learn a lot about them by putting them in conversation with one another. So I guess that's my little plug for saying, if you're a Praxis gamer, if you love the Tales games and you're concerned with understanding their thematic content and what it is that they're trying to say at the more intense level that we're engaged in on Tales of Praxis, also go and play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but only after you've played the original Final Fantasy VII, because chances are good it's going to work its way into our conversations in spirit, even if it doesn't work in terms of spoilers or other stuff. And I have no doubt that it will enrich our inquiries in the Tales series as well. So that's Aaron's little plug for what it's worth. Yes, the introductions and the way they conclude Grail, because we talked about the different notes on which they end and how they wrap up their worlds a few streams ago in Tales of Graces F, and I completely agree with you. The various ways in which they introduce you into the world is something that I think says a lot about the games and how they want to frame the experience that the player is going to have. So, we could even do that on stream at some point, thinking about the comparisons between their different intros. Good. Well, yeah, put a pin in that and we can unpin it whenever we want to. We did talk about the ends a little bit, I'll remind you, at the end of Tales of Graces F, but yes, that is certainly all of these different aspects of like different plot beats you can compare across games. I think is a great way of getting some traction on just how the games relate to each other in terms of having similar themes, but also diverging and treating those themes in different ways. All right, friendos. Well, that was an exercise in catching up on a conversation that was ongoing in the chat with a number of different games. But like I said, that's part of the magic of Tales of Praxis. And now we can keep talking about any and all of this or none of it, but I'm going to continue to move us forward in Xillia so that we can get back on track with that too. If I can. There we go. Yep.
I didn't mess it up. It was working fine, and then it just stopped.
Professionals don't make excuses. You young folk just can't concentrate right. Here, look. First, you use your art to stabilize the
There is a ton of literal and figurative bookending in Hearts. And Grail, we should talk in our like our Patreon DMs or something about it, because the idea I have in terms of what I was alluding to with how Hearts helped me make sense of what it means to play through these games, I think you would be really interested in, and I'd love to share a little bit with you further about that even before I publish on it and work through it myself. No. The lesson is not that we need to make pottery stop, because like we talked about with spoilers a while ago, the lesson should never be we need to stop discussions. We just need to find the right, appropriate channels for having them, right? I maintain that the stream is still a good one for all the reasons we talked about, but I take the point, and it's a good lesson this evening about the Discord. So Aaron you have his word. He's actually going to prioritize that, and I think, like I said, the timing of starting Xillia and also having Rebirth and stuff like that on our plates is a great excuse for that. So hold me to that, bully me about it, but hopefully we'll have some good news about that even by this coming week.
See? Even you can't get it right now.
Just shut up and get back to work. Remember, we have to adjust all of these lights today.
Well, in Argyle, yes, I think I said this before you got here, but I think every Tales fan owes it to him and herself to play Hearts. I think it has a meaningful lesson in it for you, no matter which member of the series is your favorite. And, you know, the other half of Tales of Praxis, I'll remind you, just because you're newer and you might not have known this, you know, we're doing these live book clubs, but I'm also publishing basically in-depth philosophical written analyses about the literary content of these games and what it is that they're trying to say, which you can find on withaterriblefate.com. But so I'm also hoping that by publishing on and studying Hearts in that venue, it might encourage some more Tales fans to really give it the attention it deserves, because I completely agree with you. I've been a fan of the series since, probably 2005-ish, 2004, 2006, thereabouts, and I hadn't played Hearts until this year as part of the comprehensive survey that I'm doing for Tales of Praxis, so I am kicking myself that it took me as long as it did, but better late than never, as they say.
I know. Sounds like a lot of work. I wonder why everyone's having so much trouble spirit channeling.
So, and I'll remind everyone, and I think everyone who's hanging out right now besides myself has played Xillia before, so you probably know this, but I went back to the beginning scene just to remind myself of the technicalities of what's happening, because like we were talking about last time, it does drop a lot on you pretty quickly, in a way that, as I was saying, being deeply embedded in the Tales series now and having worked through a lot of especially the mana-centric games, I feel like, at least for Aaron right now, which might be an unfair benchmark, I don't feel like all of the jargon and immediate exposition is too much, although I did kind of feel that way in the past, so take that as you will. But the thing that Milla specifically says is the spirits are dying. So I already was kind of losing the thread of that in the last stream. I found myself saying, oh, like the spirits are weakening, maybe like there's a mana shortage or something. But the specific thing she says when she's meditating and kind of beginning her investigation into the events that presumably will set off the plot of this game is that the spirits are dying, and she senses that it is the work of Spyrix, a keyword that we have no further context into yet. So bear that in mind, because that's something we know as the players, but Jude and the other residents of his
the lab is closed to the public at this hour.
city don't know that yet.
But I'm here to pick up Professor House. He's from the Talon Medical School.
House. He already left.
Is that the sign-in sheet? Huh?
Satisfied?
Couldn't I just dart in really quick just to make sure?
Sorry. Rules are rules.
Right. Now what? No way those guys will let me in. Something must be wrong with the spirits.
I walk on water, but I ain't no Jesus. Speaking of underrated media, the intro to the Revival album by Eminem, if anyone wants to catch the reference. Yeah, but I remember enough about her and what comes next to say we should maybe give her the benefit of the doubt at this moment. In a certain sense, but we can come back to that. We'll have that moment to appreciate all over again in a second here.
Hi.
Pottery really coming after us for not being able to keep track of our days.
And I won't need to hurt you.
Everyone knows time only advances on days when Tales of Praxis runs.
Wait, why are you breaking into the lab? What are you...
Just shut the fuck up! Just shut the fuck up for a second!
That's strange. What part of keep quiet didn't you understand? So, ready to hold your tongue now? So much noise. Could you try coughing quietly? What are you doing here anyway?
Can I talk? I dropped... Just picking it up.
We replay content from the last stream and it immediately just becomes a bunch of I think you should leave jokes.
What are you up to? The guards will be here any second.
I'm doing something, Jude! I'm doing something! Please, let me
You need to
go!
hurry, and you need to go home before they arrest you for trespassing.
Oh.
I'm gonna embarrass you during this infiltration, Jude. It's done. Get ready to be embarrassed.
Where'd she go? She must have gone ahead. There was something fishy about that sign-in sheet, too. Anyway, I need to find the professor and tell him about the award.
The sign-in sheet was fishy? Like the little animals that live in the water? I'm just trying to understand. They were on the sign-in sheet? Be stung! Alright. First item acquired in the game, I think? No, we started out with some consumables, so it's not literally the only thing in our inventory, which I was hoping for. But yes, first acquisition, Bee Stung. Only one direction to go from there, my friends. I'll also say, and it's going to be hard for Aaron to have just wrapped up Hearts and avoid talking about it with spoilers, but I'll say it makes a lot of cool choices that allow it to deviate from sort of the norms of what you expect in the progress of a Tales game, while still being a fully fledged Tales game in terms of what it's considering and why. But for instance, when I wrapped up the game, I completed the main story and rolled credits with the party at level 96, which if you've been following along on these games, you understand is a much higher than usual level. And without giving any spoilers for the game, if you know, you know, there are surprisingly rich narrative reasons for the game to do that and for you to feel compelled to keep leveling the characters in that way. So the way in which all these games just are able to play with mechanics to bring out different nuances of their stories and personalities that distinguish them from one another, I think is really quite special. I know we always pay attention to those mechanics in these Tales of Praxis journeys together, but it's worth continuing to keep them in mind and celebrating that.
Hey, kid, who let you in?
I sort of let myself in. Sorry for the
Oh,
intrusion.
interesting, Grail. Okay, so I hear that, and for Aaron, I take that as my challenge for the Tales of Xillia study is going to be convincing Grail that Jude's character is interesting and worthwhile. So there you go. I've got that locked and loaded. Give me, 60 to 100 hours. I'll get you there.
I should be taking you to security, but you seem courteous enough.
Me think, why bother grinding when miso soup do trick, Grail?
Come on, I'll take you to the exit.
Wait, I'm looking for Professor House. I think he's still here.
Oh, so you know the professor, do you? Yeah, he's still here.
And that's what I'm saying. They go out of their way to give you the ability to do that even without grinding, which I think is really cool and speaks to what I'm talking about.
You really shouldn't be wandering around here, kid. I ought to get in touch with your parents.
I'm going to say you have the prerogative for counting that however you want, Pottery, because as Grail mentioned, you are definitely at least partly responsible for what was wrought, so you're either, it's to your credit or to your blame, depending on how you want to look at it.
My family doesn't live around here. They're all back in my hometown.
I see. Good to know.
Argyle, I scanned your message. I'm just going to politely ask you, because I know you're a little newer to the stream, but if you could be mindful about talking about aspects of the story we're not at yet, because we try to be mindful about spoilers in general, and also this is my first time ever working through it, so that's part of how we're structuring the study, just working through our reactions as we go.
What?
Relax. Come quietly.
Well, you'll notice, Pottery, I was trying to do that until A, the dialogue started getting voiced, so I didn't want to be talking over everything. And also B, our conversation was just too damn interesting, so I'm going to blame you for that. If you were talking about things that weren't as salient and top of mind for me, it would have been easier to just overlook that and get going with the game. So damn you being on the same wavelength as me is what I'm saying.
Why are you doing this?
Oh, that's okay, Argyle. Like I said, I know you're new, and it's a pleasure just to have you in the real-life JRPG party, so seriously, no harm done. You're all good.
Wait, does this mean you're holding the professor too?
I said come quietly, kid.
That's what I'm saying, Pottery. It's up to us if we decide that we're blameworthy or laudable for it. And I think it's laudable. L for laudable. There you go. See? We worked it in. I knew we would. Grail, yes, without going too far into it and down the heart's rabbit hole more, I will say I used a magic lens and then my mind exploded. And that's one of the many things that I am still wrestling with hours later after the finale. Suspicious Nightman, why? I thought you said that we were polite. Yes, please, explain the tutorial. No, explain the tutorial. Explain the controls via a tutorial. All right, so I'll remind everyone. You probably think I'm lying when I say this. I'm not lying. When I work through the Tales games on my own, I'll always default to, not the hardest difficulty, but to hard, because I like the challenge. Miyazaki has taught me there can be narrative value in combat challenges. And it really helps me to get into the game in a different way. But so far on the stream, I think I haven't been able to manage like all of the different considerations of the stream between, maintaining progress through the game and also our conversation and also dealing with the battles. So I've always had the difficulty lower than I usually would on the stream. But now we've been doing this Tales of Praxis adventure for about a year. Grail kind of nudged me about it when we were setting up the requirements. So I'm not on hard yet, but I am starting on moderate. So we'll see how things go. But I'm going to try to actually be more competent than usual for stream Aaron in battle. So if things go a little haywire in one way or another in terms of me, failing more at the combat or paying less attention to the conversation during battle, bear with me. We're going to get things sorted out as we work through this here. This game plays like hearts. but without the DBZ teleport. So you're saying it doesn't play like Hearts at all? I take your point, but no, come on, dude. That's part and parcel of Hearts.
I guess there's no choice.
Already a cool new thing. Those little cut-ins along with the battle dialogue. I had forgotten that, but I don't think that has come up in any of the other ones that I've played. That's very cool. All right. Typical movement controls, very good. Movement is fundamental to battle. I couldn't put it better myself. Use free run to move freely around the battlefield. Thank you for your permission, Grail. That really makes me feel liberated.
What? He's serious.
That's the answer to all of our Tales of Praxis questions. How do you give someone radical freedom? Just give them permission to look away from a conversation. That's all it takes. We can pack up and go home now. It's true. One of those classic catch-22s. Guarding reduces damage and prevents staggering. I learned so much from you tutorials. Press square when you're under fierce attack, but only the fierce ones.
Not good.
Quick step, my beloved. And it's much easier to execute than they made it in Hearts, which is great. I'm liking this generic battle track too. Ooh, and the perfect timing lets you teleport. I'd forgotten that. Quick steps are useful for moving toward or away from an enemy. They can also be used to evade attacks.
I don't want to die.
I always have like half of one eye on the chat, which I'm sure is part of why my my combat ability degrades correspondingly. My man. Oh yeah, and it is also like Hearts in the sense that we have both TC and TP. It's great. Good. Well, I can tell you already, I have a feeling that I played through Hearts at just the right time because I think that's going to shorten my learning curve for this combat system. That and also the fact that despite not having made it very far in the story, I checked my other save file before this, and I did make it to something like level 46, because like I've said in the past, my first time playing this, I truly just got distracted by grinding in like a high-level area, and it was during a period in school where I think I just needed something to grind to. So I got a decent amount of experience with the combat system despite not getting far in the story. The attack changes based on the left stick's position. Okay, so now they call it AC, but it's TC. Assault counter shows the number of consecutive attacks you can use. Hey, Judark, been a minute. Pleasure to have you back. Welcome back to Tales of Praxis. We're just kicking things off with Tales of Xillia, so you've rejoined at a wonderful time.
There's more.
Great. Great, great.
I won't hold back.
I won't hold back. I'll change the targets as much as I need to. Okay, but AC is different in the sense that it, your normal attacks also count towards its use. That's not the case with Tales of Hearts. It is the same in terms of Hearts consuming both. It just there are more things draining on AC than was the case in Hearts. Alright.
Come on, I can do this.
But Grail, as I have also taught you, we have to figure out how to make sense of and give priority to our experience and specific playthroughs of a game rather than some kind of fantasized objective nature of the games. And so Hearts has priority to Aaron, even if it was released afterwards. But I take your point. Was that really the case, though? Are you sure about that? Because, like I said at the last stream, I'm not good with timelines, but I kind of had it in my head that the original Hearts came out first. So that is, the opposite of what I was thinking.
I guess that worked.
Oh, good. So I'm not losing my mind. You're just saying hearts are. Good. So technically, the original kind of, the source of hearts came out first. But I understand what you mean. Oh, well, this should be a fun stream. Yeah, I'm excited because it's our 6th full-length playthrough and literary study of a Tales game, so we've got a lot of shared background, we've got a lot of good energy in the stream, and I'm quickly learning, I think this is a favorite, if not the favorite, of a lot of people here, so really excited to be working through it with all of you. I'm sure we're going to discover a lot of new aspects along the way. It's just because you're just showing up now, it's you, Dark. It's also my first time through it, which I'm really excited about, but also, like you say, with plot twists and things like that, part of the way we're going to be structuring the study is with Aaron's first time experiences of it, so avoiding spoilers at all costs for everything that we haven't done yet will be deeply appreciated also. I say that in hopes that you will stick around, because it'll be great to have more regulars as part of our real-life JRPG party in the chat as we work through this. It's easier to score a critical hit when attacking enemies from behind. Critical hits deal more damage and temporarily boost your max AC. Conversely, you are more likely to suffer a critical hit from foes that attack you from behind. So get behind and avoid being taken by surprise from behind. When an enemy scores a crit hit, your temporary AC bonuses are lost. Watch your back. Well, Malik taught me everything I need to know about my back during our Tales of Graces study, so I think we're good. Jude's dodge only works on the enemy that you're targeting. So if you get Jade by some other enemy trying to dodge them, that's... Okay, got it. Thank you, Grail. I appreciate that. There you go. And, you know, that'll be fun as a point of contrast, Judark, because Grail was saying during the Monday stream that he has never played Milla's story. So I'm very excited, and as part of my philosophical analysis of the game, I intend to play through both sides of the story, although I probably will only play through one on the stream and then we'll move on to the sequel. But it'll be really cool to have both of you here who have only seen it from one side to kind of see how, you know, thinking about it from the other side changes your opinion of it, if at all. More dung! Excellent! Oh, we're rolling in it now. Pottery. You're on fire tonight, dude. The new challenge is someone in the chat has to find a way to make a comment that Pottery can't say something delightfully droll about. No one will succeed. Yay! More tutorial. Give it to me.
Stay focused. Gotta stay focused. Yeah, all right.
Awesome. Snap pivot. Oh, interesting. So maybe different characters are going to have different ways of executing a dodge since it's described as Jude's. That's interesting. Backstep to evade an attack, and Jude will instantaneously move behind an enemy. Excellent. The enemy will be defenseless, so you can attack all you want. It's a very generous window, so if I miss that, you should all make fun of me. Like I just did. The brightest star in the chat. I was thinking about that today, actually, because speaking about motifs that unsurprisingly recur throughout the games, or that surprisingly recur throughout the games, excuse me, stars also end up being a key part of Tales of Hearts. It's always a good sign if a Tales story shoots for the stars, both in terms of plot and in terms of its narrative aspirations. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I also have zero familiarity with, and I think also zero like interest in Genshin Impact, if I'm being honest.
Lots of spots to hide a professor.
But interesting and probably unsurprising that they would borrow from something as great as the Tales games. Yeah, so far I'm really liking it, and like I was saying, I don't think it's a coincidence that I really fell down the rabbit hole of grinding when I tried Xillia in the past, because that's not something that is typical for me with these games, especially during that time of my life. It wasn't typical for me. but already in the way it's getting set up, I mean, I really enjoyed the combat system of Tales of Graces F, which we played right before this, like we talked about during that study, but this does feel like a familiar friend to me in a way that didn't quite. This feels a little more natural.
Guess I'll just have to check each and every room.
Welcome to my life, Jude. The curse of being a completionist. Alright. And away we go. Yeah, maybe that's part of it, Grail. The basics and the flow of the combat system feel a lot more fluid and intuitive with a lower barrier to entry than Grace's. That might be part. So I did I don't want to make it sound as if I'm belittling Grace's. I really did enjoy its combat system, but something about this just yeah, maybe feels more action JRPG, to use your term. I also just spent like 60 hours loving the the counter mechanics in Tales of Hearts, and getting the timing of the dodges feels very similar to getting the timing of the counters in Hearts.
All right, I can still do better.
We don't have a grade counter on the battle results, which was the same for Graces, but not so for Hearts. I mean, I assumed it was obvious that that Pottery was being sarcastic. Do we have to drag him for his sarcasm? Oh, nice, and you can even dodge a spell to get right behind them. That's neat. It is very satisfying, yeah. A dodge isn't quite as satisfying to me as a sweet, sweet counter in Tales of Hearts, but it feels like you're accomplishing something pretty fun. Especially just because they're then totally prone and unawares and you can hit them from the back. Attack of opportunity, that's what they call that. Well, that was one of the things that was interesting to me about Hearts, Judark, because you know, the random encounters without sprites on the battlefield was how the series started way back with Tales of Fantasia and the earlier ones, and then they came out of that to sprites on the battlefield, and then Hearts goes back to it without sprites on the battlefield and just, you know, random encounters at a certain frequency. Yeah, I feel the same way about it. I can get used to either one in the context of a game, but having that representation of, okay, I know that there's a group of enemies here, and that allows me to navigate the map in a certain way and make sense of when and how I want to fight them. It does kind of add a certain level of representational consistency to the world, I feel like. Ah, of course, Grail, yes. The one thing we have to keep in mind is that there's no such thing as sarcasm. No one's ever allowed to make jokes on the Tales of Praxis stream. We all know that. Perform a forward or backward quick step by press. Yeah, you just taught us this. Oh, but you can also perform it by quickly tilting the left stick. Good to know. Okay. And when consecutively quick stepping, you will lose 1 AC. Got it. So you can't do it with impunity. Good to know. Yeah, pottery. I think that's a great way of pointing out with a specific mechanic what I was talking about in much vaguer terms with the feeling of the overall battle system, because Graces also has perfect frame dodging, but this does just feel a little more, as you say, visceral and interesting than what we got there. I think that's exactly what I'm feeling. Can we get in here? No! The door is locked tight! Not even just locked, it's locked tight. Jude grips the door and tries to force it apart, but alas, it is locked tight. They might be cheating, but like, the game wants you to cheat in that way, which is part of what makes it fun, I think. I loved it because the regulars to the stream know that I think a lot about the way in which trophy descriptions are written, because I think oftentimes it can add a lot of unexpected and interesting content to the narrative. And I love the voice that describes the trophies and hearts, because its perspective on what makes the story meaningful and what you're going to try mechanically during your journey through it, like, perfectly matches the way in which I played Hearts. But they give you a trophy after you achieve a certain number of counter strikes, and the description is something like, you know, you used to be afraid of an enemy would try to get you with a strong attack, and now you're hungry for it because it just means you're going to get a great counter off. And that was exactly how I felt. Like, I started out the game really afraid of when the enemy was going to rebel against me with a strong attack, and by the end of the game I was fishing for it. I think it's nice when a system can instill that kind of growth in you naturally in terms of what you're looking for and what you get out of it over the course of 60 or 70 hours. Who could that be?
Huh?
Hearts OG didn't have random encounters, but the overworld was closer to Grace's or that one area at the start of Destiny. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that just makes me want to find a way to play the original and compare it. So I was quite happy with R, and I kind of got a sense for some of the stuff that was added, because there's some stuff that clearly should be voiced and is not voiced, and surely that's just because it was additional content after the fact, but it felt seamless is the wrong word, but contiguous like Grace's F, in the sense of everything being really thoughtfully added in a way that complemented what was originally there, as opposed to being something that was just, you know, duct taped together. Yeah, that is funny, Grail.
Where did that girl go? Professor?
Man. I don't think he's going to be in good shape for that award ceremony, you guys. Oh my god! It's the end of the Prestige.
So, you're the visitor I heard about. Enjoying the view?
What is this place? What'd you do to the professor?
That's gonna be our running joke for the stream. Oh god, I don't think he's gonna make it to the sequel, you guys. That's true, Pottery. I thought of that right after I said it. I did say no spoilers for the games. I didn't warn about spoilers for other things, but yes, that was a dick move. I apologize. I'll be more mindful about spoiling things like books like Ulysses and films like The Prestige. Aaron will follow his own advice.
Who are you?
Your expression. It's priceless. I love the look of fear in your eyes.
Oh no, this feels like a battle we're supposed to be unprepared for.
What's going on?
Girl in
Why are
red.
you doing this?
You're such an idiot. Let me spell it out for you. You're gonna die.
Now! Stop!
You can't beat me, even in a scripted loss, if you can't hit me.
All right. Demon fist. All right.
Living ring!
The lady in red is swinging at me. Bamco won't allow me to buy Shadow of the Erdtree unless I beat this on the first try. I got greedy. That's dumb. Uh-oh. I might have waited too long.
Not good.
Nah, I'm okay.
Not good.
Man. Well, it's dumb that when she does that one attack, you can get the drop on her, but she still hits you with the AoE. Yeah, I don't think we talked about it yet because it's quite early, but I'll just say I'm loving every soundtrack so far, every song in this, excuse me. Which is par for the course with the Tales game, but yeah, worth celebrating all the same. Man, I like the idea of having a little more health to manage this. There, okay. Now, where were we? Up, up, if I can actually get the input right. Well, she's doing that thing that hurts me. I'm gonna do that. Oh, man. Up, 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 oh, man. I am pathetic. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Don't choke at the last moment, Aaron. Oh, Jude. If only your fists were slightly stronger. Oh, man. That really steams me.
Bet you weren't playing boy.
But I don't want to die.
Me neither, buddy.
There has to be a way.
Oh, quit trying to act calm.
It's that girl.
So you're the visitor I heard about. This guy's no fun. I'll kill you first.
Run!
I'll rip that pretty face of yours to pieces.
Really? Grinding down the kill count, turning it into an assist.
I prefer you did it.
You're...
Who the hell are
Is that a freeze?
You were correct. The Lord of Fire.
I can't believe you were able to summon him.
Didn't even finish the in-battle dialogue. Wow, make me feel like a real weenie. Ugh, well, at least the internet is behaving better. We'll see where Aaron's combat skills go. Choking at the last second, goddamn. Now I legally can't purchase Shadow of the Erdtree. Good thing I already got my pre-order in before this. Ah, loophole. Milla's 4 Great Spirits. As the Lord of Spirits, Milla can command the 4 Great Spirits in battle. Ifrit, Sylph, Undine, and Gnome can all be used as arts. Man, it is cool to have a spirit just hanging out at the end of the battle.
That wasn't too bad.
Don't oftentimes get to enjoy them in the post-battle celebration.
Whoa.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh hair, or we would also accept Emil hair with that one cowlick just hanging out separate from the rest.
I told you to go home. Don't tell me you live here.
Yeah, so one of the things that I talked about on Monday that we're paying attention to, Jewdark, is it's interesting to think about things like the names of the spirits in this game versus some of the others, because they do show up in some of the other games, like Symphonia and Fantasia and Dawn of the New World, what are known as the Xillia games, and also Tales of Vesperia. They all have this world structure of life being supported by mana, and mana being governed by these summon spirits who have the same names. But it's not the case in all the games. Like in Tales of Graces F, which we just finished, the world is supported by Eleth, which is a different kind of energy. And there are things that are kind of like summon spirits, but they're called glyphs instead, and they have different names. So thinking about the way in which that kind of energy and these kinds of spirits work versus some of the other sorts of energy we get in the other games is one of our things that we're paying attention to during this playthrough.
No, of course not. I'm sorry.
Is this the work of the Spyrex?
Yeah, and that's interesting too, Gray. Like, put a pin in that for when we inevitably play through Tales of Eternia, because I think, like if you remember some of the sequences with the greater Kramels in that, some of those dynamics in terms of which ones of them are really hot-blooded and larger of life versus which of them are quiet and more cerebral take center stage in the way the story evolves, as I'm sure you remember.
The what-ix?
That's what I said.
Could he be connected to the disappearance of the lesser spirits?
It's true. Bloodflam is a fantastic name. Bloodflam, Bloodflame. I feel like it wants to be Bloodflam, but I feel like I remember Pascal saying Bloodflame.
Huh? You're losing me. Disappearing spirits?
This is something that I think I also did not pay enough attention to back when I tried this game before. Like, yes, it front loads you with a lot of information on the infrastructure of the world, but also Jude is very clearly confused. And one of my favorite kind of just litmus tests to use in games, because I think oftentimes people are not very generous with the way games represent their worlds and say like, oh, this is too confusing, there's no way anyone can keep track of this. Like Final Fantasy VII, like we were talking about at the start of the stream. And I think it is always worth your time to ask, okay, if I'm confused at something in a game right now, are the characters also confused by it? And if so, is there maybe a reason in the story that the story wants us to be disoriented and not totally following along right now? So I think a few years ago, like back when I tried this for the first time about 10 years ago, I remember being frustrated with having a hard time following the story, but it is very clear from the way Jude is talking here, even someone who has been living in this world and is a medical student and understands the ins and outs of these things is not able to follow along with what's going on. So that's important, I think.
You really need to go home. Someone might not swoop to your rescue next time you're in trouble.
Yeah, I also, my first port of call to the Tales series and what inspired me to do this entire comprehensive analysis that we're doing now, Argyle Gamer, was Tales of Symphonia back in the day, so I'm totally with you. I feel like in part, every one of my journeys through a Tales game is a secret mission to try to better understand what's going on in Tales of Symphonia.
The Spyrex must be somewhere else.
And that's a good point too, Grail. Yep, they have different names. It's a different world structure, but they do all look remarkably similar. That's something that's worth keeping in mind too.
Hey, wait. I'm kind of trapped here. If the professor were with me, they might have let me leave, but...
Yeah, so far, even based on the way he was being described and kind of bad-mouthed by his fellow students, Grail, I kind of get the sense that he strikes me so far as an archetype that's easy to get behind and root for, in the sense that, like, yeah, he seems really smart and capable, but really he's just, like, very curious and a hard worker and very kind, and so he, like, earnestly wants to understand what's going on, even if he's not very quick in making sense of it all the time. For me, at least, very easy to root for someone like that. I think probably because I see a lot of myself in that kind of character.
Can I come with you?
Well, put a pin in that, Argyle, because actually, basically the only gap that I have left in the games so far, of the games that are released in the West for this Tales of Praxis review I've been doing the last year, is Tales of Legendia. So I played it once years and years and years ago, and I haven't been back to it since. I did not enjoy it at the time, but a big part of this series and analysis that I'm doing now is revisiting the games that I didn't give a fair shake back in the day and trying to get a different way into them and appreciate them in a new way. So that's basically the one mothership title I have yet to go back to. So I'm excited for that. And now that I just finished Hearts earlier today, I'm going to be turning my attention to that next, after I sit back and write some stuff to catch up on that side of the series. So since we're hanging, and especially since we have some new blood here, or new old blood, if you don't have access to this, so the other part of the series that is near and dear to my heart is not just publishing work, studying these games in more depth, but also having the opportunity to chat about those interpretations and analyses with everyone. So if you're interested in getting much more granular views of how I'm working through these stories and thinking about them and wanting to talk about them with you, I'm always happy to talk about those things on the stream. But a growing compendium of studies of the various Tales entries lives on withaterriblefate.com, which is the publication I run that publishes this stream amongst all the other things that we do. So check those out. If there's a topic or a game that you're interested in looking at, or something that you'd be interested in seeing me study that I haven't done yet, reach out, let me know. Always happy to chat about that stuff, or to cater my future analyses to things that we're interested in from the stream.
I see. If you stick with the person who saved you, then you won't need any more saving. Clever boy.
Yeah, Grail has gotten me excited for...
You don't look that much older than me.
For going
My name is Jude Mathis.
back to Legendia, just because of everything that you've said about the music, Grail. New threads, old connections. I love that. Do you know why I love that, Grail? Because it sounds completely unironically like the chapter title for a Xenoblade game. And I think it says a lot to the quality of your writing that you're able to pull out a name like that. And now that I'm done with Hearts, I think I can say much more sincerely that I'm looking forward to sinking my teeth into that writing that you sent me. So I'm excited to cover that off and chat with you about that too. And thank you for being so patient, my friend, with that. Illuminated by Sunlight, another great name. Yes, something that Grail is great about is sharing with us the names of the songs as we work through these games. And if you don't know, not only is the music great, but also in many cases the names are so thoughtfully composed that they will totally give you a new perspective on what the song is saying and how it wants you to think about the story. So if you have a favorite Tales game and you haven't looked at the actual names of the tracks in the OST, do yourself a favor and go and do that. But that'll definitely be a part of how we're working through this game as well.
My hands are still shaking.
And for good reason. You were almost killed.
I'm a civilian. Why would she attack me like that?
I don't think she's part of Rashigol's army.
If she's not a soldier, then what is she doing at a military facility?
An ironic question for you or I to ask, don't you think?
I see your point. Did you kill her?
I'm not sure. I tried to go easy on her, but humans are so fragile. I keep having to tell the Four not to overdo it.
The Four.
I'm not really following you.
I know. Speaking of hearts, right, Grail? Like this feels exactly the same to the skits that I just worked through for 60 hours in hearts, but very different from a lot of the other skits that we've been working through in the recent games that we've played on the stream together.
Are you finished here?
Nice too, because like hearts and unlike a lot of the other skits in other games, you can actually be in control of when you decide to advance the dialogue in the skits, which for someone like me who, as you can tell, likes to think through things as he's playing, can be really helpful just for managing the pace of them.
Huh?
I assume you had some reason for coming to this place.
I was worried because Professor House hadn't come back. But
He's been envatted, and I'm not sure what to do now.
One of the people who died while connected to that machine?
Yeah. I can't believe it. The professor had been so excited about the request from Orda Palace.
I see. Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
Huh? Oh, wait for me.
Oh, so presuming perhaps that she's listening and talking to one of the four spirits there, that's interesting too, because remember we talked about looking at Tales of Xillia as this kind of middle ground between what came before in Tales of Graces and what would come afterwards in Tales of Xillia and Berseria, and that idea of talking to spirits who are not immediately sensible to everyone around you, of course, is elaborated upon to no end in Tales of Xillia and the way that they deal with the Seraphim and the demons for that matter. Or she's just schizophrenic. Yes, let's not discount that possibility.
What's going on?
Do we know, Grail, was Sakuraba the lead composer on this as well? I assume, but I want to know because I love him.
I've been wondering what this thing is since I set off. My handmaid told me I had to carry it with me.
Well, it comes in handy if you face monsters. It gives you the power to fight them. I got one myself when I left home, just in case.
Please, teach me. Lilium Orb. Items which allow you to develop your characters by spending GP. Oh, guys, we were playing Final Fantasy X the entire time. No one told me. But I'm half joking. If you've played 10, you know it's a very similar development system. But I also remember, besides the many hours I spent grinding in this, really enjoying this character development system, just mechanically. And also not totally unrelated to the development system in Hearts. So even if it feels unusual relative to a lot of the other Tales games, it is not unique, per se. Yeah, I know he's almost always the lead Grail, but like you said, I know there are some exceptions, so I wasn't sure whether this was one of them. I remember, Padre, that it was really hard for me to get a satisfying read on Milla the first couple times I tried this, so I'm really interested in giving her another chance now that we have more context in our shared review of the series to try to make sense of her. So let's see what she reveals for herself. Fish out of water. Divine fish out of water, perhaps, in this case. Well, and I also, to kind of put the cart before the horse in terms of what I was thinking about Hearts, I also really love its character development because it's so inextricably linked to, like, thematically relevant character development, which, to my recollection, the Lilium Orb system is not. But yeah, not quite the same as the Sphere Grid, but to your point, Pottery, more so than other games that try to reinvent it. Let's say I found myself enjoying this at the time. We'll see whether it still holds up after Hearts for me, because that's a good point that it probably will change the context on me a little bit. All right. Yeah, I remember her as weird in all caps. I think that's a good way of capturing how I felt about her too, Grail. So figuring out what is the right way to get a read on that kind of weird will be what I'm playing with. Well, I think, and in large part, Pottery, we've talked about this before, but it's a testament to really, building your character development and gameplay systems around what the game's central thematic concerns are and making those systems reinforce and augment those ideas, in my mind at least. And like I was saying, to the point with Hearts, I think that's a big part of what makes it successful. But yeah, I think there are a lot of system builders who just look at something that like feels good to play and think, oh, I'll just port that into my game without thinking about those broader points of connectivity, and then it does always kind of feel like a mishmash in a dissatisfying way. All right, Lilium orbs are shaped like hexagonal webs, with each node corresponding to one of the 6 status parameters. Select a node to activate it. All right. I'm going to say let's start out with agility for Jude. I almost always start out with strength, but I was having so fun with his dodges right off the bat. Let's try something different. Next, by using GP, you can draw a line between the node you just activated and an adjacent node. Select a node, and a line connecting the nodes will appear. Lilium or nodes also add to the HP, TP, and SP, which is necessary for setting skills. Now select a second node to activate. All right, we have Dex on that side, or Vitality on this side. I'm gonna hedge my bets and go with Vitality. So we'll be better at dodging and better at eating the damage if we miss. Nodes surround areas, and inside those areas, arts and skills are sealed. If you fill in the lines around an area by activating the surrounding nodes, you will unlock what is inside. And right off the bat, thinking about this comparatively with Hearts, not just because I just finished playing it, but also because in the ways I was talking about, I think at least of the Tales games I've played at this point, I think it's far and away the closest system with which to compare it. One thing that it does differently is it also has these kind of further like hybrid skills. Hybrid isn't quite the right word for it, but skills that you can only unlock by advancing like 2 different paths through a grid. But you unlock those supplemental ones purely by surprise. So it's much more a sense of like organic evolution. Like, oh, you've gotten the character amped up in these attributes to a certain amount, and they've like discovered this new way in which to meld those attributes together. Kind of seeing it all laid out before you beforehand. It's not to say it's a worse effect, but it certainly gives you a different effect in terms of how you're guiding their development. Hey, Pizzicato, welcome back, my friend. Oh, so nice to see the old faces back. I'm enjoying it more for having you here, bud. You definitely haven't missed much because we kicked it off on Monday and I had the most epically problematic internet connection in a way that I never have before. So we haven't gotten very far, but I'm really enjoying it. I can already tell it's going to be a great one for me to work through for the first time on the stream with everyone, especially now that we have kind of a shared understanding of the Tales series at our backs with the other playthroughs that we've done. So I think we're in for a very fun time between this and its sequel. I hope you stick around. A system like Xillia or Scarlet Nexus works if you're constantly getting points, you say, Grail. If it takes too long to get points, then it can feel stale and boring. Yeah, I get what you mean. Did you get all the way through Scarlet Nexus, Grail? I feel like the last time we talked about it, you said that you had cracked it but didn't finish it. So if that's the case, I will reiterate that you really, really should, because I love that game. I had occasion to revisit my analysis of that, which I published when it came out last week, and I found myself thinking it might be fun as like a guest stream or like special cameo stream to do Scarlet Nexus at some point, because it was put out by the same creative director behind Symphonia and Abyss, if you didn't know that, and you can feel the presence and the weight of the Tales games in it, even though it is something very much all its own, and it's just a beautiful and really smart game besides that. So something to think about. All right. Yeah, seriously, it's you try to do something good for a niche game and a passionate community, and they shoot you in the foot. I was joking because it was the very first one, and because I've tried to play Xillia in the past and I've never gotten very far. I think there's a hidden message in the game that only Aaron can understand, and if I get it, like the entire nature of the universe will change. So I think God or the powers that be are trying to keep me from it. So we're gonna forge ahead and figure out whatever the secret meaning of this game is. You should, Grail. You should go back to it. I'm gonna keep bullying you about that one because it's not just a random rec. It's one like Pottery keeps going after me about Tunic. It's one of those. I know you would get so much out of it. All right, onward. Activate nodes and completely surround an area. Okay. That remains on my list for that reason, Grail. Yep. In fact, I think I'm lying to you. I don't think I actually put it on my list, but I'm going to actually go and put it on my list now because I do want to actually play it for that reason. God, the clipboard with OBS is just the worst interface in the world for whatever reason. It does not play well. There we go. It's now actually on the list. Learn the following skills. Stamina. All right. One of the areas on the outermost hexagon layer is a key area. Unlock 3 areas there, including the key area, to allow the Lilium Orb to develop further. Yes, and so the development of the overall character development system is also gated by how many of the supplemental areas that you fill out, which is also like, again, I want to be careful about coming across as too critical because, like I was just saying, one really wants to be mindful, I would say, of designing mechanics in these systems to reflect the underlying themes and journey that a particular game wants to take you on. And so for me, it's folly to say that, you know, this character development system is objectively better than another one. I just don't think that's a sensible thing to say about it. But I will say one of the things that I quite enjoyed about Heart's system is that it is not like this in the sense that there are key story events on the cusp of which it makes sense that characters would see themselves in new ways and be able to develop further. And that's what actually governs how far you can cultivate their various characteristics rather than just how many points you're able to put into which parts of a grid. So for point of contrast. Be sure to power up your characters on the Lilium Orb whenever you get GP. Don't have to tell me twice. Whatever breakdown you are envisioning in your mind, Pottery, I guarantee you mine is just like that, but 5 times less organized. It's really just a collection of mashed together notes on my Mac's notepad. So, but they're very easily searchable. And
so, that's how it works. This is actually my first time developing it too.
I mean, I know you well enough to be able to attribute recommendations to which one of you, but I don't have them like linked to the person who recommends them or something like that. I will note down like what the reason to play them is. Like, you know, you should play Star Ocean 1, and that's because it was made by the same team that did Fantasia, stuff like that, because I know myself well enough to know that that will motivate me to actually go back and play it, like Tunic with the instruction booklet, things like that.
I see. So it's a tool that taps into inherent abilities. I imagine that powerless humans never leave home without them.
Oh, Grail, you know me so well at this point. Thank you for giving me the specific tips to compensate for my colorblindedness. Thank you. And that's what I've said about the power of the real-life JRPG party, right? We each have our own tastes, which lets us read these games differently, and also give each other recommendations with unique characteristics. So I'm telling you, I think that's what it's all about.
You talk as if you're not human yourself.
Yeah, I'm not human. I fucking hate them. They suck. They're just the worst. I had a thought earlier today, and I don't think it's an especially profound thought, but it's one that helped me to make sense of something that had been bothering me for a while without realizing it. Just speaking of recommendations. Yeah, Pizzicato clearly knows me, talking about buzzwords and how I feel about it. For years now, I feel like I've been getting slowly disillusioned with systems like Netflix and even Google and just any kind of automated software as a service that recommends you things, especially when it comes to media like TV shows and things like that. And whenever I catch myself being annoyed, I ask myself, like, why is that? I mean, they give me access to all of these new things that I wouldn't have watched otherwise. Like, why is that something that frustrates me? And I'll tell you, I'll tell you, it's because of something like this wonderful adventure we're all on together, and the way in which, like we're saying in the chat, we'll recommend things to each other for very specific reasons and out of our very specific backgrounds. Because I think, especially nowadays, when we are so oversaturated with media of all kinds that are assailing us constantly and vying for our limited attention, it feels just so disingenuous and disrespectful to me that these companies feel like they can automate the process of understanding our tastes through data on what we have watched and engaged with in the past, and then presume to know us well enough to say, we think you're also going to like this. Whereas I can always count on a recommendation from someone to whom I've spoken extensively about the nature of gaming or why stories have value. Even if they see games and storytelling differently than I do, if we've been able to have a conversation about that, and I'm confident that I understand where they're coming from and they have a sense of the kinds of stories that get me really interested, that recommendation has such a substantively different kind of value to me. Just dumping out a list of shows saying, hey, our algorithms think you're gonna like this because you watched X, Y, and Z, and you're like this whole graph that we have of other people in all of these anonymous nodes. So I think it's a very JRPG style thought, right? That kind of human to human, almost spiritual connection and understanding cannot be approximated by a mere technological apparatus, but yeah, it finally crystallized to me earlier today, not least of which because of finishing Tales of Hearts R, by the way. That's not unrelated. So I love all those services. I love the convenience. So don't want to sound like I'm that much of a grouchy old man, but I think I just hope you all make space in your lives first and foremost for the recommendations that are given to you by other humans who know and care about you, rather than what randomly shows up on one feed or another.
Milla Maxwell. It must be pretty weird having the same name as the Lord of Spirits.
Not at all. We are one and the same.
I'm sorry?
I am Maxwell, Lord of Spirits.
What? Come on, you're totally human. You look just like a normal woman.
I would hope so. That is the form I created for myself.
The form you created?
This is fun, having recently played through the other games. Well, let's run through another skip before Aaron starts monologuing again.
So you're that Maxwell, Lord of Spirits, ruler of elements.
You don't believe me?
A person claiming to be a spirit? It's a bit much to swallow.
Then how do you humans prove your identities to each other?
Well, by showing identification, I guess. I have a medical school ID card.
Oh. Then I doubt that I'll be able to prove my identity to your satisfaction. I wouldn't even know where to apply for a spirit ID card.
Wouldn't you apply to yourself if you're the Lord of Spirits?
Is it really okay for me to be following this person?
So what I was going to say was, this is fun because if you haven't played the earlier games, like we were saying, mana and summon spirits show up in a number of them, and Maxwell also does, and he's always represented as just the classic, really old, like wizened man with a beard. So that's one thing already that is like a fun point of contrast for Milla, who is clearly not represented that way. But the thing that I don't think I had fresh in my mind when I tried playing this before, that is almost more fun to me, is not just that he's usually an old man, but he's usually like the kind of whimsical, doddering old man, kind of drunken master stereotype of just laughing at everything and having a ball and not taking anything seriously and being delighted by the humans who happen upon him. So Milla's character right off the bat is also very, very different from how we encounter the personality of Maxwell in something like Tales of Symphonia or Tales of Eternia, both of which he shows up in, even though Mana's not in Tales of Eternia. So fun to see how he's pretty immediately being reinvented, and to then consider what that might be saying about Maxwell as a whole as we get further into things here.
Far too easy.
Well, Pottery, the short answer to your question about hearts and graces is yes. The longer answer is let's talk about it further once I'm done with the post game, because I spoiled myself for who the cameo characters are by looking at the voice acting credits at the end of the game, and that definitely has me even more interested in exploring the connection that you're talking about for obvious reasons. So I haven't gone and done the EX dungeon yet. That's basically the one thing that's left for me. So let's circle back around to that for sure and talk about it more. The strategy menu, that thing that Aaron never uses, but maybe he'll try this time. It's a new stream. We're going to try some new things. Yep. Pizzicato, I'm totally with you. I caught my dander up about, you say, marketing jargon on Netflix also a few days ago, which might have been part of why this was on my mind, because they introduced this new category that I know they're just trying to pander to gamers with, where they call it retro shows of anything that was like really just from the early aughts onward, like not even things that are that old. And I can't hear retro without thinking of retro gaming. So I think I actually said out loud to my TV angrily, like, don't take our term. Stop trying to pander to me with your stupid jargon. So it's just more gunk to clear out to get to the personal recommendations and connections. Well, I know, Grail, and that's part of why I bring up the different faces of Maxwell, right? Because Maxwell said very clearly just then in that skit, "This is the form I created for myself." So it's not to say his personality has been totally erased or reinvented. Maybe he's doing this on a certain kind of whim. So we'll have to stay tuned into that as we go forward here. Did you have a question about Hearts and Graces, Pottery? I think that was directed at me. But if you have a question about Hearts and Graces, you should say so. Tales of Nextia, that was your fun joke name for the next one, Grail, right? I had forgotten. We'll see. It's a black box as of now. What'll be next? I know, Grail. It was the one Tales game so far, I'll say, where just because of the way in which strategy is presented, I really felt tempted to dive into it. But you know what it is? I think I can already feel it happening with Xillia also. I get too drawn into just exploring the game and forging through it with whichever character I'm controlling in battle. And so stepping back and thinking a lot about the strategy just feels like it's kind of slowing down and overly mediating or intermediating my engagement with the game. Which I recognize is just something that Aaron is hung up on and he should get over, but I think that's how I would diagnose it in my head. Oh, I'm sorry, Grail and Pottery. Man, I haven't switched up your names in a while, but I've clocked at least. I'm sorry about that. Aaron's got too much swirling around in his head tonight. And we're only halfway through. How about that? The night is still young, reaping the benefits of the longer sustained exploration together, which I am already loving. We got time to let it breathe.
Here we go.
Tales of Demiglaze. It's a cooking sim. It's a 100-hour cooking sim. Tales of Demiglaze, I'm calling it. That is my settled, philosophically precise opinion on what we're getting next in the series. Quote me. Please don't quote me.
Let us move onward.
Taunts! Press L3 to have a character perform his or her characteristic taunt. You cannot defend yourself while taunting, but the action will recover some TP. Man. Speaking of callbacks to my original time with Tales of Symphonia that I haven't thought about in a long while. Alright. It's funny that we're leading as Jude, but the directive is follow Milla. Two X games back to back. Unrelated. Completely unrelated to one another. That is cool, too, because talk about message timing. You said that, and then I noticed the transition to battle is also, it carves an X across the screen. It's a nice little point of continuity with the name of the game. Alright, good to know, Grail. I will keep in mind the taunting.
Onward.
So we did talk about this. It came up a little bit during the Tales of Grace's F stream when Asbel took Lambda into his body. The idea that even if a game doesn't break the fourth wall and talk about it in an aggressively explicit way, there's a lot that you can do with game-based storytelling that takes the various structural elements of a game, like an avatar, and leads you to think about its characters in different ways. So with respect to Tales of Graces, that looked like thinking about Asbel as an avatar for Lambda after Asbel brought Lambda inside himself and let Lambda see the world through his eyes, like we've been doing with Asbel through the whole game. So I mention that because thinking again in these very early stages about Milla and Milla's relationship to Maxwell and maybe the Maxwells from other games, it's interesting to note that this is a human form that Maxwell has fashioned, which is basically just a way of saying that Milla is an avatar in the religious studies sense of the term, because well before video games were ever a thing, we get avatar from this idea of gods basically manifesting on Earth through these various physical forms that they would create to interact with the created world, oftentimes but not always humans. So one other lens to consider as we're thinking about Milla and her character through the game is if we ask ourselves, how does Milla as an avatar bear on Maxwell as this entity that is manifesting through her? That might help us to get some traction on other questions that wouldn't be as obvious or intelligible to us. Changing characters. You can change the character you control during battle. Press the D-pad in the direction of the character you wish to control in relation to his or her position on the on-screen display. Alright, cool. It's been a constant journey in Tales of Praxis for me to get more comfortable with playing as different characters, as we all know, but I tried to get better about it with Graces, and I was for a while, and then I slid back into Asbel, but I'll set my intention at the start of Xillia also. I would like to get at least decent with all of the characters and give them all their due. So let's see if Aaron can do that over the course of the playthrough. You know what it puts me in mind of, Pottery?
Makes any sense. What's going on here?
The juicedness of her stats, because it's something that the Tales series is quite good at, and without saying too much to spoil things, but it reminds me a lot of what they do with Jade in Tales of the Abyss, which, shocker, I love something about Tales of the Abyss. Well, Grail, in Aaron's defense, it's not that hard when, again, the game right off the bat gives you a god who is manifesting through an avatar. It's like, sometimes Aaron will go out of his way to excavate that level of narrative meaning, but a lot of times the game will just hand it to you. It's not as in your face as something like Okami, but we're pretty close to that territory. So are we meant to go back down and out the way we came? I think we are. That's a good point, Pottery. And when they sometimes do it for real, then it lends a certain amount of credibility that makes it all the more rewarding for the veteran player who expects it to have the rug pulled out from under them and realize they're only pretending to do it. That's a great point. Oh, so we can go through another door. Got it, I'm going the wrong way. Thank you for telling me, Grail, saving us time. Well, if you're saying you would give me a pass on not learning all of the characters' Grail, I mean, that really says something to me. But I'm going to choose to read it at this point as a challenge and see if I can get at least decently familiar with all of them. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Oh, excellent. Cool. We had a key that we didn't have before. I missed that.
I always wanted to live up to Professor House's expectations, but now he's dead. What are you doing?
I'm cuddling you.
Why?
This is what humans do, right?
I read it in a book. When humans are upset, they feel better when you cuddle them.
Stealing my joke, Milla. Come on.
What book was that?
A mother's eyes, a mother's touch.
That sounds like a book about child rearing. I'm not a baby.
This technique has no effect on you? Humans are so complicated.
Well, I guess I do feel a little better. Thank you.
So it does work.
Attack!
Cool how you can hear the enemies shouting at you on the field before they actually come and confront you in battle.
The likes of you will not stop me.
Burn. Yes, that, I think getting hit with burn unexpectedly was the beginning of the end for me in that bout with the girl in red. My old nemesis. Status effects. Cool.
Wait, doesn't this lead deeper inside? We're not heading to the exit?
No,
There's something seriously wrong here. Shouldn't we get out?
I'm aware of the danger, but there's something I must find. I'm afraid I can't escort you out before then.
Sure. After all, I was the one who asked to go with you. What's so funny?
It's nothing. When my business here is done, I promise to see you safely out of here. There's no need to worry.
Thanks.
Well, it's just the continued efforts of Aaron trying to get outside his comfort zone, Grail. I will say this, I think I am more eager, relatively speaking, to try to crank up the battle difficulty and get a bit more of an aggressive battle vibe going on this stream. So if given the trade-off between learning all the characters and maintaining a harder battle level, I'll definitely err towards the latter for what that is worth. I think that'll be more fun for everyone.
Far too easy.
I'm actually already kind of thinking it might be worth cranking it up to hard, but I don't want to be premature and giving me too much to bite off.
Out of our way.
That's a good point, Padre. Very good to keep in mind. And thank you, Grail. Good to know that stop, drop, and roll works for fire in this game. Yeah, I think it's almost inevitable that we'll go to one that I'm more familiar with after this game. I don't know what else we would go to, unless we find a way to do one of the fan localizations on stream that I haven't done at that point.
The likes of you will not stop me.
But we got a ways to go before we start thinking about what's next after Xillia 2. Thank you, Pottery. I completely failed to process that, and that is going to change my life.
This isn't good.
Good. All right.
Far too easy.
Bonus experience! You get bonus for large combo. Amount of time. No damage. The standards. Fantastic. I'm gonna keep begging them to give us all of the unreleased in the West ones as official localizations.
Watch out!
And I'll keep saying it, speaking of things that we will periodically remind everyone of. I remain confident and hopeful that at some point we will get those. I think it's more a matter of time than anything else. I just hope it's sooner rather than later, because it would be great to be able to include even one of those as part of Tales of Praxis without breaking stride. We'll see. We have more than enough to think about for the time being. Take it from me. Oh yeah, don't put too fine a point on that, Pottery, because I was truly just thinking about that earlier today. Because you know, I was watching and enjoying the trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree, and I found myself thinking, oh, you know, it would be like Bamco when I finally feel like I'm getting a handle on this amazingly rewarding monstrosity that is Tales of Praxis, to announce just by surprise the next Mothership title in the series, and by the way, it's coming out like next month or something. So, it's like Beyond the Dawn. I would be excited beyond my wildest dreams, and also overwhelmed and terrified, and all the other feelings.
Are we even going the right way?
Oh, yeah, I had on my calendar and then forgot there was a direct. For the reasons I was saying, I'm glad that that was not there. Was there anything of note there? Any cool highlights worth sharing? Right, because Jude can heal. I keep looking for apple gels because I'm not used to the main protagonist being a healer. So I'll have to retrain my brain.
What is that?
Not the mana cannon.
A Spyrix weapon. I knew it.
Oh yeah, an indie direct or something, right? I think that's how they pitched it.
The Lance of Kresnik? That's the name of the sage from the Genesis.
Genesis Age.
Huh? What are you doing?
So this is what humans call irony. Naming this weapon after Kresnik. Listen up. We must destroy that which harms man and spirit.
Those are the four great spirits. So that really makes her Maxwell? What are you doing here?
You are really starting to make me angry!
What the heck's going on?
Oh, are you insane? Don't you know this is going to drain you too?
Your suffering, it's worth it!
It's acting directly on her mana lobes.
This wasn't part of the plan. But it's nothing.
I can't deal with it.
Are you gonna try and stop it? Do you know what you're doing?
That's it.
Milla! Look down!
Stop, or you'll be dragged in with it.
The four spirits? Wait. Take Milla and then run? What? What are you trying to do?
And now we get the intro at the appropriate time as opposed to Aaron jumping the gun, giving it to us at the beginning of our launch. Pretty great. Just as great the second time, if not greater. A definite earworm, that song, too.
You okay? Guess swimming isn't one of your powers, huh?
It's not as easy as Undine makes it look.
So you really have lost the power of the four great spirits. What are you gonna do now? There's no way you could destroy that device without their power.
So it's Undine, not Undini in this game. Aaron's gonna have to try to adjust his speech accordingly. All these pronunciation challenges.
You have a point. Perhaps if I were to return to Nia Kara. Listen, you've been a great help, Jude. Thank you. You should go home now.
Telling you, for an opening to get stuck in Aaron's head to this day, despite never having finished the game, is saying something, and it remains one of my favorite openings.
Wait!
after Milla. Yeah, we were talking about this a little in the chat during the opening, but in a similar spirit to what we were talking about, no pun intended, with Tales of Xillia back in the day, it's a really interesting and valuable question in terms of reading any narrative, but the Tales games are no exception to this rule, to keep track of how the characters see their world and how they're able to make sense of it versus what we have access to as players. And so it is really interesting and worth keeping in mind, to Grail's point, this idea that we can tell that the spirits are there and we can see them and we can tell that they express these intentions to humans in the world. And we had that introduction at the beginning explaining that it's that interplay between human and spirit that is able to manifest the world by manifesting the dreams and desires of humans. But really interesting that we can't actually hear those intentions from out here in our world. It's like these characters have a special receptivity to the spirits that manifest their world and make their existence possible that we're not even privy to or entitled to as players. Also worth keeping in mind, because from what you're saying, Grail, it sounds like that's going to be the case for the four great spirits the whole time. But notice, like we were talking about, there's an interesting sense in which we can keep track of that and parallel it with Maxwell as well, because we have Milla, and we have access to Milla, and she's this manifestation or avatar of Maxwell, but we don't get direct access to Maxwell the spirit, or at least we haven't so far. We've just gotten the expression of his will and intentions through this avatar. Kind of like the characters in the world are only getting access to our intentions as players through Jude, our avatar.
Milla!
Well, speaking of fish out of water, right? I mean, I know you guys were talking about that earlier with regard to Milla, but Jude definitely, to me, fits that stereotype right out the gate, where, you know, he connects through seemingly no rhyme or reason with this girl, spirit, whatever you want to call her, who knows so much more than he does, and he's kind of at a loss to figure out how to orient himself except simply to follow her. An interesting flavor, too, in terms of what you were talking about much earlier, Grail, with the different ways in which the games open. Like, contrast that with Stan, right, striking out on his own and wanting to see the world, totally independent of everyone around him. It's like night and day in terms of the various paths that they take to explore and become ingratiated with the world beyond their home.
How foolish, Jude. You should have gone home like I asked.
You in cahoots with her?
Why am I bad?
What? Haven't you ever wielded a sword before?
Of course. But I always relied on the Four's power to guide my arm. It feels quite different without their help.
Like an avatar who has suddenly lost the guidance of the player.
Come quietly or else.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Why? What has this girl gotten me into? You can attack, or... If anything, I feel like I want to increase the battle difficulty just because the enemy attacks are so infrequent. Makes it hard to get those sweet, sweet dodges off. I was thinking the same thing, Grail. But that is the way to my home. Milla, your sense of direction is as bad as your combat skills.
What's gotten into me?
You saved me again, Jude. Thank you.
Listen, you'd better get out of Fenmont while you can.
Yeah, another parallel that is mechanically and thematically relevant, it seems like, right off the bat. Emil in battle versus Ratatosk mode Emil in battle.
Right. You have my gratitude.
The city entrance is always crawling with police. You'd be safer heading to the Sea Haven.
The Sea Haven.
You don't know where that is, do you?
You don't know where it is,
Ah.
do you?
I'm stealing his lines.
This way.
I think she somehow has even more hair than Velvet, which is truly a feat. I mean, that might be the most godlike thing about her, managing to have more hair on her head than Velvet Crow.
I'm sorry to have put you in this situation.
It's okay. Besides, I still owe you for saving me. I'll show you to the Sea Haven.
All right, we are on our way. Yeah, Grail, I've said this before, just closing the loop on the undying hope that Bamco will localize the other games.
The city from here. We need to go towards the central plaza
Just because
first.
I don't want to lose that thread. I just feel like, I know we've talked about this before, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like the hope is warranted, because I think
We can only get to the Sea Haven.
shut up, dude. I think the timing is just right in terms of companies wanting to pump out and make accessible as much of their existing product as possible, combined with the fact that I think year by year people are just getting more interested in retro gaming, which I think justifies, even to the masses beyond our Tales obsessed selves, access to localized versions of old games that don't necessarily need to be like ground up remakes or remasters. So I feel like there's a good air of just, you know, being willing to engage with the original text without a lot of upscaling or things like that to make it easier in a development life cycle for Bamco. And I think just, especially if you look at, again, because it's a good comparative case and probably benchmark for Bamco in terms of this type of series. If you look at like the number of mainline titles and spin-offs that something like Final Fantasy is churning out, like the pressure to keep up with that when they have these releases, these wonderful games that are so well received and that people want that haven't been published yet, it strikes me as the dumbest business logic in the world for them to not have a plan for localizing and publishing those, which leads me to believe that they must have it in their plan. So that's my my little stump speech for holding out hope for that. Yeah, that's fair. She also has the hair ties to work with. Still, though, I feel like Milla gives her a run for her money. The dots are enemies you can fight. That's cool. Yeah, so it's a hostile city, which we have seen before. We saw that in Fendel and Tales of Grace's F, but in a much subtler way. Like you could have missed that if you weren't paying attention. I probably would have, unless they run at you. There you go, Grail. See? Yeah, so other companies are doing it. I think I've been talking about this a lot with Dan, like on the podcast and during our time in Japan. I think we're entering this wonderful era, even just in the last like 5-7 years, where the culture, especially in the West, is evolving to the point that it's just patently obvious, especially to Japanese companies, that people in the West love their stuff and are happy to consume it as is, even in the stuff that has historically been understood to skew more towards Japanese taste and be more embedded in the Japanese culture. And so I would really not be surprised with the way in which that trend seems to be going if we saw a lot of localizations of things that have just been sort of mythologized in the West without us ever having access to it. And I hope and pray that the Tales games are on that list. Let's get in some fights.
Out of our way.
And to that point, I think I talked about this a little while I was working through it, but I think the port that we got of Tales of Hearts R, it struck me as the most, to my eye, the most obviously Japanese of the Tales games, not just because it was subtitled rather than dubbed, but also in terms of the themes and the world it created. A lot of it was pretty directly and obviously, if you know some Japanese history, influenced by Japanese history. But to me, that just made it like all the more interesting and a different window into a way of thinking about a world that is culturally different than ours, but arriving at the themes that we know and love and are familiar with from the Tales series. So I think I know that there would be a huge Western audience for games like that if Namco released more of those in a spirit that they know would work for Japan, but they would also give the West access to.
You seem to know your way around a fight.
Yeah, I studied self-defense when I was a kid.
They say that even the best trained soldiers may panic in the face of actual combat.
Oh, yes, and Grail, I didn't want to lose your other comment either. It will be interesting to keep track of Jude. I will say my first impression, in the spirit of what we were talking about earlier, asking if I'm confused in a game, are the characters confused as well, is I note during our last stream, we saw that extra scene where we were eavesdropping on Jude's classmates, and they were talking about how they don't really like Jude, and they don't have a lot of respect for him. So I think there's at least a prima facie sense in which the game wants us to be kind of down on him or having a hard time sympathizing with him as we come into this. And that's purely based on where we've been so far. And also knowing, speaking of the intertextual context of these games, that it wouldn't be the first time they brought us into a game with a protagonist that they don't really want us to like or admire all that much. And I won't fill in the blanks for you, but if you know, and you could point to probably more than one example, but one certainly stands out among them.
Yet you seem completely together.
Well, I had a friend I trained with who used to shout "sparring time" and attack me out of the blue.
It's funny that you mention that, Grail, because even knowing the vanishingly small amount of Japanese that I know, it was pretty obvious to me that was the case. Like, there were some lines where you could just tell, even if you have very little exposure to the language. So yeah, and I mean that too, like it. If you think about when it was localized, right? I think the cultural developments that I've been talking about in terms of how the West receives Japan and Japanese media has come a long way since then. Because that was what, like 2012, like surely almost 10 years ago, right? Or maybe even over 10 years ago at this point. And so that's part of what makes me excited about the potential push to localize these things now is, knowing where like the industry is in terms of those localization efforts. I'm pretty confident that if and when we do get localizations, it will be with kind of a closer eye to translation fidelity than we got back then. But as you say, I mean, I was able to notice that about Hearts, and it did not get in the way at all of me falling in love with Hearts and, ranking it pretty high on my list of the titles that have a lot to say about the series as a whole in the way that we're after for Tales of Praxis. It's always something to think about when you get anything in translation, whether it's subtitled or dubbed.
So it's probably thanks to her.
I see.
I'd always wind up on the ground covered in bruises.
I'm sorry to dredge up such painful memories.
What? No, it's not like that.
Milo is not capable of reading tone.
Don't all bullied children say that?
Bullied? That's not what... Wait. Was it?
Oh God. Are my happy childhood memories just ways of coping with deeply held trauma? We didn't get the childhood arc in Tales of Xillia, so we don't know yet. Sparring time. There sure is a lot of commotion all of a sudden. What happened? Was there an accident or something? Grail. We know, buddy, we know. I just saw a bunch of Special Forces soldiers go running by. What the heck is going on? Not the Special Forces. I wanted to also see... it looked like we got a few titles for them, so I wanted to check that out. Are titles not things that we can equip in Xillia? I kind of, honestly, based on Graces and Hearts, I just kind of assumed that would be the case, but it doesn't, unless I'm stupid. But surely we should be able to see them somewhere. Not important, Grail says. Oh, you're probably being sarcastic, though, thinking back to those Graceless conversations we had. Titles are acquired by fulfilling various conditions such as gathering items or defeating new foes. Oh, when they're acquired, they grant a certain amount of grade. Good things may come to those with a lot of grade. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Interesting. Oh, and you can see so many of them right off the bat. So it's almost more like it at least has a decent amount in common with a trophy system rather than something like a mode of equipment like we got used to in Grace's equipment / character development with all of the various skills and arts and such that you would get tethered to them. So for instance, the one we got honors those who have reached the first milestone on the path to mastering Jude's snap pivot. Interesting. Alright. This is not the way to the Sea Haven. There's a way to see the mini-map, right? I know they said, and then I promptly forgot. I know how to see the whole map at least, so that can satisfy us for now. So we're here, and we're going out to the Sea Haven, which is... where? Did you hear that loud noise earlier? It sounded like it was coming from the research district. A group of criminals have infiltrated the Lafort Research Center, and now the military is taking over. What a disaster. So a big old military presence. Yeah, so bear in mind, based on what we've been exposed to so far in this story, a couple things that we noted about Tales of Grace's F, which we studied last, was that it had this international political stage and a history in the world with a pretty complicated structure of magi technology and energy sources and things like that. But all of that was deep in the background and hard to access and kind of buried in favor and with priority given to the intimate relationships between individuals. Now it seems like right off the bat we're getting exposure to many more of the technical details of the world, and maybe also more to do with political and international conflicts that are emerging on the world stage, with these early allusions to the military and special forces and secret government efforts. So it'll be interesting to see whether those two serve as a through line to the story in a way that they did not for Tales of Grace's F, even though they remained present in the structure of the world. These enemies have steam coming out of their heads.
Here we go!
Wait.
Over already?
Attack!
I'm probably instantly gonna regret this, but right now this is actually feeling a little too easy for me after Hearts, so I'm gonna crank the difficulty to hard, and then if we have to run back with our tail between our legs, we'll just do that. Yeah, we should keep thinking about the idea of this as an anniversary title, Grail, because for those who don't know, it was a title that was released for the 15th anniversary of the series, but it was something that was on my mind as I was finishing Hearts, actually, because Hearts is not marked as an anniversary title in that way. And it, it doesn't have a lot of those like Easter eggy call-outs to the rest of the series, but in terms of the thematic structure of what Hearts was concerned with, it almost struck me as really nicely encapsulating the series in a way that an anniversary title might. So I have in my mind is this question: what is the right way to honor a series as a whole? Is it through a bunch of like Easter egg style connections and allusions to the other games, or is it more towards pointing to and illuminating the essence of what the games are trying to say? It's kind of an ill-posed question because we haven't thought a lot about anniversary titles in the past on the stream yet. Even though I think Tales of Berseria is also considered an anniversary title, right? That was 5 years later, right? Unless I'm mashing my games together in my head. But it'll be interesting to ask, like, in what sense and to what extent does this honor the series as an anniversary title? The next location is on the other side of the plaza. Got it. Thank you, Grail.
Here we go!
Oh, I think we've gotten more GC for the skill grid also, or whatever it's called. So I'll have to remember to use that. Now my dodges are too early because I'm scared of these guys with the higher difficulty. Oh, I gotta heal Milla. Are those gonna be issues? Oh, I can't heal Milla. I can just heal myself. Well, I know, Padre. That's why I phrased it the way that I did, because I don't have a settled opinion. I know you have settled opinions. But that's good. That was my way of kind of dog whistling that we're going to have a lot to talk about as we go through this game, which we already knew, but on that score as well. Oh, okay. Thank you, Grail. So we just have to be next to Milla in order to be able to heal her. Oh, got it. So I was conflating Zestiria with Berseria in my head. Thank you for that correction. Yeah, like I said, we really didn't think about Zestiria through that lens, but it would be interesting to reconsider it in that lens. And Abyss, really, it's so hard for me to wrap my head around the idea of that as an anniversary title, but it will keep it in mind. We might find some fruitful stuff there. Lilium Orb! Alright, let's continue to develop this baby. So Jude has 3. This takes... Does it just take 1? Yeah, okay, it just costs 1. I thought the later ones might cost more. Cool, cool. We get what in here? Steel! Nice. A classic, which I very rarely use. Alright, Milla has 7. Alright. How do I want to develop her? Let's get a little oppositional energy going. If Judah's going to be all evasive and agile, let's give Milla some physical and spell-based attack. Momentary gain. On Xillia? Well, it definitely, yeah, it does for Xillia. I think it does for Zestiria also, but I don't remember that for Tales of the Abyss. I'll have to look at my boxes. It actually doesn't say it on the box for Xillia. It might on the collector's boxes, though. I think there are little stickers that say, like, Tales of for, you know, X years, like 10, 15, 20, what have you. That might be what I'm thinking of. Yeah, we'll have to go back and check. That'll be a fun exercise. Alright, and I think we have skills that we can activate. You can use SP to set skills you have learned. Skills are divided into 3 categories: parameter, action, and support. Stronger skills require more SP. Feel free to set them any way you like. Thank you for giving me permission, game. I appreciate it. That wonderful early stage where you don't have to make any decisions between setting skills. My favorite. Nah, I'm kidding. It's not my favorite. It's fun when you have an embarrassment of riches and have to make judgment calls to shape your characters strategically. But we are nowhere close to that yet. Alright. So we're on the wrong side, is that what you were saying? On the other side of the plaza. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I did get turned around because I was back to the research center. It's a good sign. I think it bodes well for Aaron being able to better manage the combat system in this game, that I'm just having too much fun messing around with the combat system and these soldiers in the early areas. Okay, so I think that was the palace. I think we want to go back this way, right? If I can keep my head on straight. Yes, alright. I thought it locked me out of there before.
After crossing the central plaza, turn right at the first corner.
Oh, if I only listened to Jude, he would just tell me.
If Ifrit were here, I'd never have to be drenched like this.
Why don't you just tell me which direction you want to go in? Any Seinfeld fans among us? We all got emergency deployment orders, but haven't received any specific directions since. What else is new, though, right? They never tell us grunts anything. Ooh, emergency deployment. Oh, that sounds similar to the coup that happened in Windor, kicking off Tales of Grace's F, while kicking off the adult arc. Whoa, they've even deployed the Special Forces guys now? What is going on here? It's a good question. I am scared. Yeah, I can imagine that, Grail. And it's nice to be able to honor the series with titles that are specifically mindful of celebrating the series as a whole, but I can't imagine like juggling that on top of just the ordinary developmental restraints of pushing a game to production and also maintaining a game that has a sufficiently tight and coherent and focused thematic message just on its own terms. Seems like almost an impossible task to coordinate all of those in a timely manner. So, and that's just someone who thinks a lot about these and doesn't, work on the dev side of the industry at all. So I can only imagine. All the more reason to bow in gratitude to these great creators every time we read and study and talk about one of their games, right? I take that very seriously.
You two! Stop right there!
Huh? What's going on?
Doctor. Dr. Jude? From a medical school.
Mr. Eldon? Is that you? What's going on here?
I can't believe you are the one we're looking for. Jude Mathis, I have a warrant for your arrest. There's one for her too. I'm authorized to use force if necessary, but I don't want to hurt you.
But wait, just hold on a minute. We may have done a little breaking and entering, but that hardly makes us public enemy number one.
So much for that. It looks like they're not listening.
Mr. Eldon!
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I have my orders.
Jude, I can't let them capture me. I have to resist.
Then we'll do it the hard way. Go on, get her.
He's a doctor. He was trained to be honest and upfront. Although I guess that wouldn't bode super well for his bedside manner either, would it?
This is goodbye, Jude. Forgive me for all of this.
Goodbye!
Think your next move over carefully, Doc. The more trouble you give us, the harder your sentence.
It's just that I just wanted to...
Whoa! Twist.
Well, aren't these military types brave? Protecting the world from pipsqueaks like you.
Who are you?
Save the chit-chat for later. Your lovely lady friend's about to set sail, you know.
Oh, is that... What's his face? Is that Troy Baker?
Listen close, kid. The military issued your warrant, and with the Military Powers Act invoked, you're an ex-marked criminal. If they catch you, you'll face... execution.
What? Execution?
Matt Mercer, thank you. Names. Names are hard.
Come on. I hope you're sturdier than you look.
Well, he had such a Yuri vibe right out the gate, so...
The military's doing drills or something on shore. We were just getting out of their way.
Wasn't Mercer who they got to voice Yuri in the like in the definitive edition added on stuff, because I don't think this is the first time I've had that point of confusion actually, now that we're talking about it.
Do you really think a pipsqueak, a pretty girl, and a dashing man like me would be up to no good? It's Alvin.
Huh?
That's my name. You said that you're Jude,
Oh, got
right?
it. Well, then I'm just confused 8
Yes,
ways to
sir.
Sunday.
And this is Milla.
Hang in there, kid.
And yeah, Grail, to your point, that's part of what I was trying to articulate on Monday when we got into the conversation about motion capture. Just the overall production quality, as you say, especially in terms of the cutscenes, it just feels that much more polished and realistic in terms of it being like inhabited by these characters, and you feel like you could like reach in and be a part of it, as you say. It feels, yeah, just on a slightly different and importantly different level than Grace's to me in that regard as well. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like a lot of middle-aged white guy voice actors have pretty distinctive sounds to their voice, so I felt validated by you saying it feels like Mercer trying to do a Baker impression, Pottery. It's like Jameson Price, my boy, who I'm still waiting for to show up in Xillia. Like, I would not mistake him for anyone else. Speaking of middle-aged white guy voice actors for whom I have a lot of affection. Oh, I'm trying to think of a good line as a touchstone. We have to do it, Carol. We have to do it for brave Vesperia. It's a very hard voice for me to do because I don't. Here's the funny thing. I don't know how to do a good Baker impression, but the voice actor they got to do Yuri for the definitive edition scenes, I laughed because like I didn't clock that it was Zavid's voice actor, so thank you for that, Grail. But that makes sense to me because I remember he almost sounded to me like a bit of a twang of a surfer dude vibe in the specific sense that I get from like Patrick Warburton's voice. And I thought more than once, oh, Zavid kind of sounds like Patrick Warburton in a way that I like. I love Patrick Warburton. So for the definitive edition scenes, it'd be something like, Patty, we gotta get onto the ship and find the fucking what was the name of the thing that she was looking for? The something Stella. We got to find that thing that's going to tell you about your past, because then we can reform Brave Vesperia and save the world from Duke. That's my Maristella, thank you. I was thinking Nox Stella, but that's because I have Elden Ring on the brain after the trailer today. We gotta find the Maristella, and then that'll get us to the Necropolis of Nostalgia, and that'll allow us to beat the Spiral Draco. Elaine, I'm really scared of the Spiral Draco. You're the one going to hell. But we got back to Seinfeld. That was like a turnaround of 15 minutes, more or less. What?
Is he planning to grill us the entire voyage?
What do you expect? We don't have any sort of identification.
That would be my favorite character by a country mile just for that. And I stand by it. I think that if you think about Zavid and all of his quirks and you picture Patrick Warburton voicing Zavid, he would maybe be even funnier, but I think Warburton would do a great job with Zavid. Patrick, redub Zavid for us, please, if you find your way to the stream somehow at any point in time.
Speak for yourselves.
I can't believe we're heading to Azul.
Look, we're leaving Fenmon's spirit climb.
Wow, that's a cool effect.
You said you're a med student. Didn't expect that.
Can I ask you something? Why did you save us? What's in it for you?
Well, cash, of course.
How does saving us make you money?
Simple. I figure you must be in serious trouble if the military's after you. Now that I've swung to your rescue and impressed you with my daring do, I can charge you for my services.
That's a very specific desire, Grail. I could get on board with that. Anyone with a distinctive voice is fun to follow as a leader for 60 to 80 hours.
Charge us what? I'm nearly broke.
Same goes for me, I'm afraid.
It's putting me in mind of the many great scenes we got on the decks of ships going to and fro in Tales of Grace's F. Also, Tales of the Abyss. That was a lot of great boat scenes.
Seriously? I take more than just cash, you know. Don't you have any precious metals? Jewels? Rich relatives about to croak?
Nothing on me. Everything happened so fast.
I doubt I have anything that would sell for a high price either.
What exactly do you do, Alvin? You look like a soldier, but you sure don't act like one.
You're on the right track, kid. I'm a mercenary. It's better than being a soldier. We don't have to follow orders. We set our own hours, and we help people. For a price.
And if Tales of Symphonia has taught us anything, it's that mercenaries are always 100% on the up and up and never hold any secret ulterior motives or deep key backstory or anything like that. So I'm sure no deeper secrets will be revealed about Alvin over the course of our journey with him.
Well, it would seem like you helped us for free.
Well, it's a risk of the trade. Maybe I'll find some paying customers in Anjou.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I gotta boot up Tales of Vesperia after this because I can't not hear him as Yuri, so I have to get a side-by-side just to get Yuri lol out of my head.
Charity work. Wonderful. Are we there yet?
Yeah, he has one of those instantly charismatic personalities, Grail, which, again, super trustworthy, right? But I do love it. He's a great character to just come in out of the blue and whisk the party away with him. Oh yeah, that's why he's late. He's always busy helping older women across the street. Those are all of the rich relatives about to croak that he was talking about.
It's hard to believe we're in a whole different country, although it feels just like home.
Well, this part of Anjou is hardly what I'd call exotic.
Oh, that's a great point, Grail. I actually hadn't clocked that was him. So there you go. But yeah, now that you say that, we certainly had enough vision of him to be clear on that.
Huh. Hey, there's a map.
Yeah, so keep that in mind because we already know Alvin has more context about Jude and Milla and where they've been and why they're being hunted than he has led on to them.
Let me check it out for a bit.
Brave kid. The way he plays it cool.
Decided to make the best of it, has he? He's not as immature as he looks.
Would it kill you to show a little concern? I mean, you dragged him into this, right?
He insisted on helping me. I told him again and again to go home, but he wouldn't listen. He's here of his own accord.
I see. He believes he got himself into this mess, so now he has to put on a brave face.
I mean, Alvin also kind of picked him up and whisked him away to his ship, but...
Either way, he's still acting like an adult.
North of here.
That is interesting, Grail. Yeah, so keep in mind Grail's message, because we talked about at the outset of this playthrough how we're going to be attending to the way in which this game does like the different perspectives of the two protagonists in its different playthroughs. And so one idea, just going off of that, because I hadn't even clocked that we were looking at a conversation between Alvin and Milla without Jude there, but also noticed that it was a conversation where they were talking about Jude. So I wonder whether maybe one way in which they're talesifying the idea of like focusing on different perspectives is it's less about always seeing things from the character's point of view and more about seeing the story as squarely focused on one of the protagonists or another. One thought to keep in mind, but more broadly, it's worth paying attention to as we continue on. Like, what does it mean to be seeing this story specifically from Jude's perspective, or indexed according to Jude in the way that we were told we would be focused on him when we picked his storyline versus Milla's. Welcome back fully, Pottery. Nice, you're good at getting stuff done, my friend.
So, you leaving now?
No.
Right, which says a lot about how we've been introduced to him, right, Grail? And perhaps, like we were saying, this idea that maybe he's not a character we're supposed to buy into right away, because even in a storyline that has said it's going to be about him, right away, his directives, almost all across the board, have had very little to do with him. Because, yeah, take note of that as we're in this early stage, right? Everything from, like, the task of going to tell his like supervisor that he's had an award given to him, the supervisor, not Jude, to following around Milla, to being whisked away on the ship to Alvin. It's a lot of things happening around Jude, and Jude kind of being a conduit for things other than himself, as opposed to Jude speaking up for or doing anything on his own. Even with the idea of him as a medical student, basically catering to everyone beyond himself. So again, especially given that it's the storyline focused on Jude, it's worth keeping in mind that perhaps that's how we're supposed to see the beginning of his arc in terms of how he's engaging with the world and maybe the growth he needs to undertake across this journey.
Alvin, you must be well versed with the sword. Mercenaries like you must have some battle chops.
I'm also not going to dispute the your comment in the chat, Pottery. I mean, I think a lot of us have been there.
Well, yeah, of course.
Could you teach me how to use one? I don't have the 4 to back me up anymore. If I can't wield a sword, what's left?
The 4? Not sure I follow.
Yes, you do. You were there.
More than happy to teach you, if only you had some cash.
So you won't help?
Pobre Milla.
Here, how about we make some moolah while I train you?
What do you mean?
Her handmaiden knew enough to give her a Lilium orb, but not galled.
Well, there's got to be some paying customers here in the Sea Haven, right? Let's take a look around.
Yeah, we're close. I think she's on average more clothed than Velvet, though, since we've already started down the road of comparing Milla with Velvet. So, I mean, it's all relative, right? A sub-event occurs when you speak with a character marked with a "Ah!" above their head. Complete sub-events to receive gold and items. Seek these people out wherever you arrive in town, whenever you arrive in town. But it's a bar, and it's a bar within the series, so you know, we're gonna take it. More so than Velvet, and okay, here's another one, roughly on a par with Reed, who's not even a female character, but I think he's roughly as clothed and in roughly the same places as Milla, more or less. So we got some reference points. Oh, well, there you go. Buckle up, friends. Spoilers, Pottery! You're spoiling it! You know I'm razzing you.
This was surging with mana when they activated their so-called Lance of Kresnik. So this must be the key they used to arm it. Do you want something?
Whoa, hold your fire. I come in peace. Can't a mercenary have a friendly chat with his client?
That much is fine. But when you want to chat, you needn't hold your breath and sneak up behind me.
Sheesh. You make me sound so unsavory. Do you berate poor Jude like this too?
Here's the real question, since we've already started down the Vesperia versus Xillia rabbit hole. Who is less credible right off the bat, Raven or Alvin? Oh, pretty similar names when you put it like that. Oh.
I don't intend to berate anyone. That was never my intention.
Do try to be gentle with him. Boys can be so vulnerable.
Yeah, a bit of a false comparison, I guess, Grail, when you really think about it. Yeah, okay, all right.
That's a surprisingly tender sentiment.
Fine, fine. Ask an easy question and you guys bowl it over right away. I should have known
That's what it says on
better.
my business card. The mercenary with a heart of gold.
Those are good words to live by. Although, with a motto like that, I can't imagine you'd live very long.
Not the type to sugarcoat things, are you?
So I guess maybe the comparison is, maybe Milla and Velvet are roughly clothed to the same extent on average, but maybe Milla is clothed in more socially conventional and appropriate places than Velvet is. Maybe that's something of the idea, which I guess when you think about their characters and the way in which they inhabit the world, that kind of makes sense based on what we know of Milla versus Velvet at this point. It feels so liberating to be on dry land after a long voyage. I want to fall to my knees and give thanks to the solid ground beneath my feet. We do have gold now, funny enough, so is there a... This looks like it's... No, this looks like an accessory shop. Is there an item shop? Yes, on the other side it looks like. That's true. You make a compelling point, Pottery. Shop expansion has been unlocked. Shop expansion is a game system in which you can give materials and gold to shops to increase the selection available in the shop's stock. You can do this by selecting expand from a shop menu. As you expand shops, you accumulate points, and when those hit a certain level, your shop level rises and new stock is added. Additionally, raising your shop level lowers the prices of items at the shop. So a little same but different with Graces, it sounds like. But you can actually invest directly in the shop in order to expand it rather than just gradually increasing the shop's holdings by doing commerce there. But you can also expand it by buying items at the shop. They say donating. It feels more like investing to me. If you're doing it with the expectation of the shop becoming more useful to you. I want some more gels. Give Aaron more gels and life bottles since we're on hard. I feel like that's a good beginning. Yeah, those expansion and upgrade systems are always hit or miss for me, Grail, so it'll be interesting to see how the cadence evolves over our playthrough here.
Let's see.
Oh, well, that might make it easier if the levels are shared across all the shops across regions, Pottery. I feel like that would make it much easier for me to use and feel good about. So let's see if that bears out or not.
What are you up to?
Just trying to organize all of my notes for my thesis.
Those in the books at a time like this? You sure are studious.
Yeah, probably a waste of time. I'm sure I've already been expelled being an X-marked criminal and all.
I can't wait for the inevitable wanted poster, by the way.
Ah, cheer up, kid. If I get a chance, I'll testify to the military and the school on your behalf. Shouldn't be hard to make the case that you're just a poor kid who got sucked into this.
Thanks. But aren't you a wanted criminal too?
Ah, that. I guess I did flee along with you.
So if we get captured, I'll testify for you. I'll tell them that you're nowhere near as shady as you look.
Jude was the most trusting character in the entire Tales corpus.
I'll take it as a compliment.
That's pretty interesting, Grail, in terms of ways to game the system. Oh, maybe we'll have to play around with that. Oh, Is there anything good that's worth buying already? Not accessories, but are there weapons that can amp us up right away? Jude already has that equipped. Milla has that equipped. Alvin has that equipped. So no. Oh, but can we? Okay, so let's try this out since it just explained the expansion system to us. So one, yes, pottery. It does look like it works out that way. Oh yeah, I remember this. I actually do remember having some fun with this back during my earlier time with Xillia. So you can enhance the shops across the board, and all of the points that you get in one shop of a type corresponds to any instance of a shop of that type, which is great. And then also based on the kinds of items that you donate, you can get bonuses. I do remember gaming this. I think between that and gaming the mining experience in like a later game area early on, I think I just like, maybe it's the first Tales game I figured out how to break, or it's one that is distinctly breakable, but I think that's part of what just got me so entranced with playing with the systems rather than actually working through the game. That's funny. Oh, interesting note about the costumes, Grail. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot to talk about with regard to this guy as we get deeper into this. Probably not. As we know, none of these costumes ever has any bearing on the character or thematic content of the characters who wear them, he said very sarcastically. Yeah, I'm quickly remembering this and agreeing with you, Pottery. Because even when we had to, like when I had to get the shop in U Liberte up to a certain level to get the staff that we needed, or yeah, the shot staff for Pascal to be able to get to the last area of the zone cage, it felt more like a chore than anything else. Whereas, yeah, it's so funny. Like, it's all coming back to me, and you know how? It's coming back to me with the sound cues for upgrading the shops. Like, all of these little menu noises. Makes it feel like it was yesterday that I was playing this. Why did I not get further in this game? Oh yeah, this is great. And it's a nice example, in contrast, I would say, with something like Tales of Xillia, of a system that has a decent amount of sophistication with all the different types of things that you can contribute and the bonuses that you get, and yet also feels quite simple and easy to use on a regular basis, rather than something that you have to take like a graduate level course in to be able to use regularly and feel competent in. Alright. Good, so we've done that. And I think that gave us... We didn't get new weapons, but we got new armor, so that's something. Yeah, that's right. There's no logic to Richard having a Zealous costume. Perish the thought. Alright, so that can give Jude better protection. Great. Yeah, the sound design is out of this world. Like, the music is always great, but yeah, the little menu cues are just, they add so much flavor to it. Oh, do you think it's the same sound cues, Pottery? Well, that's interesting. I'll have to go back to it. Maybe, but the part of my brain that it's touching, the mana lobe, if you will, feels distinctively Xillia to me. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm back in those games, so we'll have to check, because that'll be interesting if it's the same sound cues and I've just totally forgotten already. I wouldn't put it past me, to be honest. Merchants don't sell the same weapons, armor, and whatnot to all of their customers. If you want to get good stuff, you have to expand the shop. We just learned this. As you supply the merchants with various materials, you become a favored customer to the merchant class, and your shop level will gradually rise. The higher your shop level gets, the higher quality of goods you'll be able to buy. We'll have to go and check and get an answer on that with the sound effects, because now I'm substantially curious about that. Alright, well, that was some good early exploration. I'm going to save, and then we can go try to make some more money so that we can advance the main story with our new best friend, Alvin. Are we too highbrow for Alvin and the Chipmunk jokes, or should I brush up on my Chipmunk lore to make a bunch of hilarious jokes at Alvin's expense? That's a good point, Pottery. It's a double-edged sword because quality of life-wise, it certainly makes it easier to be able to invest in a shop type across the board and count on that wherever you go, but it certainly does make the shops feel less differentiated. I'll be interested in keeping track of that as we get out further into the world and see the structure of the world because, for instance, in a game like Tales of Hearts, which I just finished, one of the key aspects of the world is that it just recently went through like a war of unification that brought all the different places of the world under the dominion of a single empire. And so if it were a world like that, I could imagine the homogeneity of the shops almost reinforcing the history of the world and the kind of rule that was being exerted over it. But of course, if that's not part of how the world is structured, then it could be anything from a distraction to dissonant with the world that's being represented to have that homogeneity between shops.
Hey there. You've got a request, right?
I think in my head, Grail, I had the mana lobe in my head kind of as you're saying, just as an extra lobe as opposed to replacing something. But yeah, what do you think of that? Did you have a lobe in mind that you felt like it would make sense in place of? I guess maybe also like I could wrap my head around the idea of it as replacing like the prefrontal cortex where like, executive function and decision making happens, because you might imagine that kind of rational deliberation that makes us human might also allow us to do things like forge contracts and do magic with spirits. But maybe it's more of an intuitive thing that would sit with the brainstem. It's an interesting thing to unpack, and I imagine as we learn more about what it means for these people to deploy mana and do channeling, we'll get more context that will allow us to have a more cogent answer to it. I will say, Pottery, like in that vein, it does to me mark the world right away as sort of more unified than something like we saw in the Desolation with Tales of Berseria, where you had that interesting and important dissonance between the Abbey trying to unify the whole world, but then actually all of these islands being so far flung off that they still kind of clung to their own residual cultures and trade and things like that, so that the party on their ship ended up having a lot more mobility and agency than the Abbey did with actually negotiating all of those different cultures. So it'll be interesting to see how thoroughly that colors things. Okay, Grail, we'll stay away from the chipmunk jokes. That's why I asked. All right, Potter, there you go. Asked and answered.
Oh, you're mercenaries. Oh, perfect timing.
What kind of request?
Someone's got a problem with monsters, and we get paid to solve their problem.
Oh, so by taking on these jobs, you get the reward and I get the practice.
Right, everybody wins. Well, except the monsters. Okay, hit us with the details.
Some monsters we've never seen before are lurking near a lake west of the Sea Haven. A lot of people depend on that lake for water, so those monsters have become a real nuisance. I'm looking for someone to exterminate the beasts.
What's the reward?
What a pose.
Cash, of course.
You heard the woman. Thoughts?
Sounds fine to me. Fighting monsters will be good training.
Excellent. Now these beasts are no pushovers, so please watch yourselves.
Here's a technical question, and very important and philosophically rich, so we really need to analyze and decompose this before we move on. Is Alvin wearing a scarf or the longest, largest ascot in the world? Or is there even a difference?
About your sword training. The monsters aren't just going to stand there like training dummies, you know?
Well answered.
We should go over some basics first.
I appreciate it.
Ready your sword. Well, that'll do.
He's a rebel. He blends in by standing out, right? Yeah, speaking of the symbology of colors and color palettes for our outfits. Although, I mean, Milla also, like, look at her here. Could she be any more multicolored? We've got a lot of colors to negotiate in contrast with Jude's black and white.
You have my gratitude.
Is that maybe part of the point? That his color palette is less inventive than the others? We'll have to keep that in mind as we go on here.
Shall we go?
Wait, Jude. Take a moment to consider your situation. You don't have to stay with me anymore, you know.
I can't wait. I'll have to... Aaron will be like stumbling into teaching himself color theory behind the scenes just to be able to keep up with these streams.
Right.
Now that we've crossed the border, it'll be a while before any pursuers from Rashugal get here.
Yeah, but you know, maybe Alvin's got, like, you know, elements of all of black and yellow and brown, whatever we decide those things mean. You don't know. We have yet to discover it. Milla just wears it more on her sleeve. Literally, I guess.
What are you suggesting?
Just that he still has some time to think things over.
Sorry, I'll make up my mind by the time you set off.
Okay, very well. Let's go and complete that request.
You thought you were doing the right thing. Now you're on the run. That's a pretty tough lesson for a kid your age.
Yeah, but I brought it upon myself.
Yeah, you know who he's reminding me of a little bit? And take this as you will. He seems a little more resolved and diligent than this other hero. And so I think he goes down a little more easily, at least until you stop and think through the nature of the early motions of this plot as we have. But I think Jude here is a little reminiscent of Emil, actually, at the start of Dawn of the New World, where he's kind of just stumbling into following one person or another and not really critically thinking about why he wants to or whether it's the right thing for him to do. And it got in my mind because that conversation with Alvin in terms of deciding whether he really wants to go on smacked to me of some of the first conversations between Richter and Emil in terms of figuring out how to stand on your own 2 feet and decide what you want to do as opposed to just deferring to everyone else all the time. Alright, so we're going out to defeat some threats.
My Lilium orb is shining.
Mine too.
Wait, you two have orbs too?
Oh, most definitely.
Great! We should try linked combat.
What's that?
Lilium orbs are handy things. They let you sense your companion's intent.
Well, and that's what I meant, Grail, by saying I feel like Jude has more just resolve and a sense of responsibility earlier on than Emil does, which I think is part of what masks the fact that he's kind of acting in remarkably similar ways to Emil and makes it easier to get on board with him.
That's a huge advantage in battle. You can coordinate your thoughts to pull off combination attacks. We call this linking.
So that's interesting too, keeping in mind early on the idea of trying to make sense of combat mechanics as thematically resonant with the rest of the story and game. The idea that even in a similar way to what we were already talking about with Jude and people in the world being able to hear the spirits, whereas we can't, linking is being described as being able to sense the intent of your companions in battle. I was thinking about this too, and this is a good screen to pause on and point this out. So I can't think off the top of my head of another Tales game in my head that does this. It's not to say it's not out there, I just might not be thinking of it. But the colored terms that we keep getting in terms of words or concepts that are going to be important to keeping track of the story, almost similar to something you would get in a Zelda game. That's really interesting too, because, you know, we have no reason to believe that as these characters are talking to one another and they hear a particular sentence, a certain word feels distinguished as colored or coded in a specific way, in the way that we see reading the text as players, right? So that too, in terms of representing the mode of expression that these characters have, it allows us to kind of sense maybe their intent, maybe the intent of the narrative, some kind of narrative voice helping us to keep track of what's going to be important later on, in a way that gives us this layered experience that's slightly different from theirs. And to me, like, seeing that called to mind in relation to these other ideas we're talking about has me keyed into the idea of how do we make sense of and track the intention of beings other than ourselves in the world. So interesting to keep track of that as we go on and see if that's borne out in other parts of the story. Oh, and it's your favorite mechanic in a Tales game. Wow, that's high praise, Argyle. I remember really enjoying it from my time with the game, so it'll be fun to see it again in real time here. Grail does not love it in this game. All right, so we'll see how it feels.
Sounds great, but how do we do it?
Try it and see for yourself. Focus your consciousness into the Lilium Orb.
Focus your consciousness. We were joking about parts of the brain, but I might have to dig up and dust off some of my philosophy of mind background too, because already this idea of sensing intentionality and channeling your consciousness and being able to engage with the world in different ways according to how parts of the world, these spirits resonating with aspects of your brain, like, there seems to be a lot there that is not as foregrounded or even present in a lot of the other Tales games.
All right, try linking up.
So this is linking.
Press the D-pad in the direction of the ally you want to link with in order to fight as a pair. And press it in the direction of your character to break the link.
Okay, it's time to flank them.
Approach and surround the enemy. Cool. Approach an enemy and your partner will move behind it, allowing you to flank them. But I can do that with Jude's dodge. Hitting an enemy from behind raises the likelihood of getting a critical hit and raising your AC. Okay.
I can sense Jude's next movement.
Hey, watch your back.
I'll help.
If an enemy approaches from behind, your partner will respond. Cool. So that gives you some added defense too. Your partner will protect you from back attacks, reducing the likelihood of taking critical hits. You can modify your partner's behavior in the strategy menu.
It's time to finish them off.
Milla can use bind to restrain the enemy during pincer attacks. You know, part of what's interesting about this on the day that I wrapped up Tales of Hearts R also is that a huge amount of that game, if not the central message of that game, is synchronizing your spirit with the spirits of others in order to be able to see and honor them and also collaborate with them in productive ways, which is something that in Tales of Hearts takes an entire playthrough to be able to cultivate those bonds between characters, and that's kind of the point. So the idea that these Lilium Orbs make it possible for these characters to get perfectly in sync in this way right off the bat is a really interesting way of distinguishing how these modes of communication are possible and happen in this world versus in something like Tales of Hearts in its world. She's more likely to bind when the enemy is a speed type. She will always bind when the enemy is stunned. Dohalim wants to know your location.
I think you're ready to learn some linked arts.
Fill the gauge by attacking. I couldn't agree with you more, Grail. I love boost strikes also, and they are one of the coolest things to happen in the series recently. Like Linked, The linked arts gauge, while linked, the linked arts gauge on the left fills up as you attack. Okay. The gauge is divided into 5 segments. When one segment fills completely, use an art. Depending on your partner, the linked arts icon may appear. Press R2 while the icon is shown to unleash a powerful linked art. Okay. Cool. Only when a linked art is used will the gauge proceed to the next segment. Cool.
Let's finish
And to be clear, Grail, I'm half trolling you and half being sarcastic because you know I have a lot of love for Rise and its battle system. I would not go to the mat seriously saying that's one of the best innovations to happen in the series combat, because there are so many great different flavors to the various combat systems that we get in the games. I happen to be of the opinion that you are sometimes a little bit unfair to the gameplay systems of Tales of Arise, so I'm just giving you grief.
Victory born from cooperation and friendship. Not bad, right?
Yes, I quite like it.
I feel much better knowing I'm not fighting alone.
Right there with you, buddy.
That is cool that they have a whole dedicated post-battle scene just to the specific tutorial. I feel like that's a relatively rare thing too. Adds a nice point of conclusion on it. Yeah, you know, it's funny to me, Grail, because that last conversation we had during Tales of Grace's F with Pottery about the kind of design motivations behind its combat system really helped me to get like a new hypothesis together about where we vary on this stuff, because you might recall what we were talking about, I think it was you who brought it up, Pottery, but it might have been you, Grail, was the idea that, you know, part of the motivation in terms of its place in the series behind the distinction between A and B arts and graces was the idea that fans really didn't like being able to just pick a small set of arts and just spam them and get through everything, which to me and the way that I think about and play these games is just not something that registers as a flaw or something that I want to criticize. Like, if I'm able to get to know a character and find a set of their arts that I like and stick with it, I don't find that to be an issue. I find that to be a nice thing. It gets comfortable for me and, you know, helps me to just have an anchor through which to navigate the game. But I get that there are other kinds of players out there who see it in different ways, and so I think I almost now see what we're saying about Tales of Arise as a similar thing where, like, I get, and I don't think it's something you can really contest, that in a lot of ways and across a lot of dimensions, its combat system is simple relative to a lot of the complexity that you get in many of the other games. I don't think that complexity is something that bothers me in the way that I play it, because to me it just all flows very well. I like how cinematic it is. I like the synergy that it makes possible to get going really easily between the characters. But I also understand that if you were someone who wanted more kind of forced variety and balance between a bunch of different gameplay types, as you say, Grail, you would find yourself wishing that they did more with it than they did. So I think, to me, it's just kind of a nice further showcase of how many different kinds of players with different approaches to these games exist in the fandom of the Tales series. And you're never going to be able to satisfy them all, but it is amazing that all of those players are able to get so many different things out of all the games and be happy with them.
You really want to fight? You really want to fight?
Oh, so you don't think it's the same thing that we were talking about in Graces, or like a symptom of the same underlying idea that's going on in Tales of Arise Pottery? You think it's something else? I know, I have to remember that, Grail. See, you're seeing in action what I've been saying throughout our other playthroughs, where I'm really not used to or comfortable with playing the healer in parties for obvious reasons. But that's why we're doing this. We're doing it to grow and to uncover new ways of thinking about ourselves and engaging with the world. Linking Fundamentals 3. When linked, partners work together to surround their foes and guard each other's backs from enemy attacks. Because of this, having a partner makes it easier to land critical hits and provide some protection against enemy critical hits. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a better flow about this, because I certainly don't have enough apple gels to keep doing that. I wonder whether it might scan better for me if I put healer on here. Oh, I can also use healer outside of battle. Okay, see, I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to do that in Xillia. If I put Demon Fist here, that might be better. Oh, that does make me feel better, Grail. See, I didn't realize that. That'll help me a little bit. On, we have more points. GP, it's called, I think. And you can auto level. I don't want to do that. Oh, but he has no... Oh, it's just because we got Alvin in the party. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. He has a lot already developed. Let's do vitality and strength. I think that's going to be good. Oh yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't comparing the like the literal battle systems of Arise and Graces per se. I was comparing them in terms of the perspective that I feel like players have, like almost defining different player personas, if you want to think of it that way, in terms of looking for a certain kind of sophistication in a battle system versus being satisfied with a relatively simpler system in terms of degrees of freedom. So the kind of thing we've talked about before also in terms of cases like Tales of Vesperia and stuff like that. In terms of the systems themselves, I agree they're quite different and far apart in the series, as you say. Alright, I'm gonna save again because I'm scared of dying, to be honest with you. The Western Lake. So I imagine that means we want to bank left up here.
I'll cover you.
Okay, so Jude can still do his dodges also. I wasn't sure about that when it was linked up. Keep trying to just go right into the linked art, forgetting that I need to chain it to a regular art. I'll have to fix that in my head. Okay, yeah, I think that simple button remapping is helping me remember to heal people, which is great. Yeah, I'm with you there, Grail. It's not a video game thing, but I think this might have come up on the stream at one point or another. Some people I know are so into board games, and it's not that I'm against board games per se, but that whole philosophy of having to sit down and study and learn, like take a college level course in a mechanic system that is specific to one game before you can even begin playing it. That kind of complexity is just like I think I rarely, like I'm saying about Tales, see a certain level of complexity as prerequisite for me enjoying a gameplay system, but I certainly have a threshold beyond which that kind of complexity is just like a reason for me to not even try with the game, which is sad because I'm sure, you know, people tell me, oh, if you take the time to learn this really complex game, you'll really find yourself enjoying it, and I don't doubt that. I was just like, the way my approach to gaming works, like beyond a certain threshold, it seems like a chore to learn the game rather than just, you know, a way of coming to be able to engage with it. See, I'm with you, Grail. Yeah, and I wouldn't argue against any of that. I think just, you know, not to belabor the point, but I think that just reinforces all I was trying to say in terms of how I think we just have like slightly different perspectives in terms of what we're looking for to be really satisfied with the gameplay system. Because like in Arise especially, I think that's a good test case for it because, you know, what you call boring and predictable in terms of the use cases for boost strikes, for me, like grinding through a dungeon like we saw in Beyond the Dawn, that just helps me kind of get into like a rhythm and a cadence of working through fights in kind of a cinematic and satisfying way as I'm, you know, forging from one side of the dungeon to the other. And so I get, and I fully agree with you, that does not constitute the biggest like challenge or diversity of gameplay experiences in the dungeon. But to me, in terms of like, you know, just getting into a flow of how Arise seems to want you to work through its dungeons, like I don't find myself groaning at getting through the dungeons. I just feel like it's a pace that you have to kind of buy into and get on board with. But I totally get what you're saying about how that's not what you're looking for from it, or from that kind of game, I should say.
I'll cover you.
Yeah. Scorpions are harder for me to dodge for whatever reason. Knock me down on the end of a link art.
This isn't looking good. Don't worry, I'm here with you.
Where are you, Alvin?
Not bad.
Normal attack and art chains. Whenever you use an art after a normal attack, your link partner will help pay the TP cost of the art. Oh, that's interesting. When you use a normal attack after an art, your link partner will share in the TP recovery effect from the normal attack. Therefore, by alternating between normal attacks and arts in your combos, you can spend your TP more effectively. Good to know. No, I get it, Grail. It's it strikes me as a similar spirited thought to what we were talking about at the end of the Grace's F stream when I was saying it was surprising to me, given some of the themes and the rest of the gameplay structure, that there weren't more team-up attacks or dual mystic arts or things like that. It's like, you know, you're not knocking the system as such so much as wishing that, given what they were exploring, they had implemented or elaborated upon it in a different way. And to say my piece and my side of that, I'm sure I can see many situations in which I would have been happy and satisfied if they had built more out of the boost strike system in different ways. So I'm not on the fence, at least right now, to the extent that I've thought about Tales of Arise. I would not put a flag in the ground and say it is important to what that game is trying to say that its combat system is as simple as it is. Although I think, you know, if you thought about it and wanted to explore it from that way, I think it's conceivable that you could make such an argument. But I don't find myself as bothered with it in terms of moment-to-moment gameplay. That does seem like it would be helpful for Alvin to have a good old-fashioned guardian field. I'll have to, next time he levels up, maybe we can see if we can get that. Good looking out, Grail, thank you. Gameplay is a team sport, isn't it?
Really want to fight?
Don't worry, I'm here with you. Let's go, Roger. One, Roger.
Just tell me to try the harder difficulties, and then you have so little faith in me. It's not like we've been wiped out yet. I mean, it's harder, but we're still standing. Give your boy a chance. It's the first full stream. Oh yeah, it does show the ideal link partner. Thank you, Pottery. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have found that for a while otherwise. Looks like Jude is the ideal link partner. Which is who we have.
You have big hands. Interesting. No wonder you pack quite a punch.
Thanks.
Excellent.
Well, like I've said before, I'm not gonna let the difficulty level get in the way of our working through the stream together. So no need to worry about that, but give your boy a chance, please. And Jude can use healer here, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, this will help at least. Doing it in the menu. Yeah, so Jude won't help us when we're playing as him. I did understand that, but I'm not comfortable enough switching to another character just yet. So I think I'm okay with just having a less than ideal support on Link going into it right now. Alright, max AC by 1, I like that. Cool. I'm just gonna take a minute to actually read these because as we're talking about it, it occurs to me that's probably gonna be useful. That's right, thank you for the reminder, Grail, about the taunting. Getting her some more arts might be useful. Max HP might be useful. These all seem pretty good. I think, yeah, maybe going here might help building this out a bit. Cool. All right. Those have got to be the monsters. Let's press on here. Oh, I pressed on too quickly.
There. Those must be the monsters we're supposed to get rid of.
Indeed. They certainly don't look like the normal fauna for this area.
All right, let's get the job done.
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying in terms of the advancing the overall development of the system, Pottery. I read it the same way. Yeah, maybe having more art availability. I feel like that is a decent way to go. Wasn't my first intuition, but we'll see. It's early days yet. We've gotten what, 2 levels on everyone? Fight while linked and completely fill the gauge. Alright, I can do that. I can do that for you. Alright, once you have filled all 5 segments, use a linked art to go into over limit. Good. And then, your AC number won't drop, and enemy attacks won't stagger you, and you can use as many linked arts as you want.
It's over. Let's go.
Oh no, that's okay, Pottery. It's a sufficiently complicated system to get on board with that. Having you recapitulate it is purely useful. I'm sure I will need it explained to me a few more times before I really absorb it. So, like I said, it's a team sport. As much as the puzzle solving in Graces was, so too is the battle system in Xillia. Okay, so let's try switching link partners, because this says Alvin is the ideal link partner.
Not yet. Healer.
Finish them off. Not looking good.
Don't worry, I'm here with you. Healer.
Here we go.
All right. Demon fist.
Oh, that's not what I meant. But I'll take it. Demonic chaos. Ah, my beloved. I missed you.
Healer.
Ready? Got it. Demonic chaos. Next.
Nice job, Alvin. All right.
Oh yeah, I can see the similarity between ranked arts and altered arts. I hadn't considered that. Parts of this do definitely feel vespier to me than Grace's did. That might be a good way into thinking about some of the comparisons.
That was really close.
But we made it, and we got a level. Alright, I love it. Yes, even some of the arts have some symmetry between the games. Alright, Alvin's partner skill is Breaker. Choose him as a partner, and battling a foe who's guarding, Alvin will attempt to guard break the foe. Great. A foe who has been hit with a guard break will enter a stunned state. Alvin makes for a great link partner when battling with guard-type foes who frequently guard against your attacks. Like crabs, that makes sense. Break some shells, make some crablets. Sophie, I miss you.
You okay?
We can talk about that, Grail, but then, speaking of popping off, I'm going to pop off about Robot Man for the next 4-hour stream and talk about nothing else. So, we can, but just buckle up, because I got... Oh, especially after finishing the game. I got a lot of thoughts about everything, but a lot of thoughts about him.
I can't complain. No better training than an actual battle.
But yeah, his arts, his whole combat style is fantastic.
You got that right. Let's head back to Alati Sea Haven and make a report. You're starting to look pretty good with that blade.
I do seem to possess an aptitude for sword fighting.
Well, not a bad cadence for our first full stream, my friends. Looks like we'll basically be rounding things off right on time with the conclusion of this quest. You'll love to see it. Well, until I make the Discord, it's just the same rules as as when Grail was talking about Rebirth. You can mention whatever you want. Just be prepared to talk about it. He's new. Oh, good. I'm so glad to be back to a quick save. Thank you for mentioning that to me, Grail, because I would have just assumed after Grace's that it didn't have that. Oh, that's great. Then we can just wrap things on time if we want to without being beholden to the location of save points. Did I mix up your handles again, or are you just making a joke? Or both? I also think, and if you know Final Fantasy VII, this totally tracks with the game. I think Rebirth is just enough in the ether that it wills us all to talk about it, whether we want to or not. So I think we all share some responsibility for that, which I'm fine with. I'll also, this is maybe not a surprise given that I lectured on Final Fantasy VII 2 years ago, but I will never apologize or discourage people talking about that series. So take that as you will, for better or worse. Alright. I could, Grail. You know how I can imagine that? It's because I'm going to create that version of you before I've had my way. When all is said and done in Tales of Praxis, you will have accidentally become a Final Fantasy fan. I think that's a threat that comes with a promise, Pottery, so Aaron will do his damnedest. I'll put it on my very short list. I also have to, now that I'm done with yet another Tales game and I'm rapidly running out of Mothership titles to work through for Tales of Praxis, I'm going to be pivoting my time anyways to get back to more of the writing and analytics side of it, which I'm really excited about. Hopefully y'all are too. Hopefully it'll give us much more to talk about and dig into these wonderful games. So, whenever Aaron shifts to a different muscle group, so to speak, in terms of what he's working on a daily basis, that also helps him to get some more odds and ends tasks done like that. So that ought to help us there too. Yeah, I figured it was, it's scaled with proximity, Grail. But thank you, though. I clearly need all the help I can get. But going to the menu reminds me that I can use it from the menu, and I think that'll be a good crutch for me for the time being. No, we gotta work through all of the Tales games on stream, and the million other games we've already talked about, like Tunic and Star Ocean and other games that are on my list, but I don't have my list up, so I can't call them out right off the top of my head. That other stream project I've alluded to in the past is still in development too, so I'm very excited. It's in the works. Stay tuned. It's something that, like I mentioned, working on and developing with another analyst, so not really in my control, but I'm very excited to see what comes of it. I think you're going to really like when it finally comes to fruition.
You have big hands. Interesting. No wonder you...
All right, not bad.
All right. No, that isn't bad, Alvin.
Hey, where'd the honor student go?
Cool, too, that the skits are categorized in terms of what theme they have, like main story or just miscellanea. I haven't noticed that in any of the other games
Looking
either.
for me?
How'd you get behind me?
So even a mercenary can get taken by surprise.
Didn't your mom teach you it isn't polite to sneak up on people? It's like you vanished without a trace.
Did I? I just move in opposition to my foe and then circle around them.
That's my thing.
Like this.
I ain't fallen for that twice, kid. Huh? Where'd he go?
Over here.
Kerchaw!
Oh, how did you get there?
So even the Lord of Spirits can get taken by surprise.
That's impressive, but really unnerving.
Yeah. It's especially creepy when you pull that move on a female opponent.
Creepy? Hey! My special ability isn't creepy.
I think that's one of those things that's not creepy until you say it is, Alvin. Funny how that goes. Alright, friendos. Well, we're already a little bit past time, and I want to be mindful of not running past too many enemies, because I think that's going to bite me in the butt really quickly in terms of character development. If the past is any augur of the future. So I think I'll wrap things up for a quick save there for us now that I know about that, which is fantastic. That's right, Milla didn't mention that to him. I had that in my head, but I figured I must have just overlooked or already forgotten about it from one of their conversations together. So that's interesting. And you have to imagine it's not by mistake. So interesting that Jude and Milla just let it go. Well, we already have some interesting things to think about with our little trio of characters, and we're only like 1.5 to 1 1/3 streams into this. Oh, my dear friends, I'm so glad that we're already getting so much out of this. I'm not surprised given the history that we now have behind us with Tales of Praxis and all of the strong passions and deep knowledge that people have for this game. I really feel humbled to be able to work through it with all of you. Hopefully, like you were saying, Grail, if you have pre-existing passion for it, maybe this journey will rekindle that for you, make you want to do another playthrough, and hopefully we'll surface plenty of things to wrestle with and think about and analyze that you might not even have considered before. Good fodder for a New Game Plus. or for a new game if you haven't played it before. Yeah, and if there's one thing we've taken away from it, it's that Alvin is the most trustworthy character in the Tales series, and I'm sure nothing will happen later on to contradict that. It's been such a pleasure, my friends. I'm going to miss you on Friday. It's been such a joy to kick off our next study together, and it really is just the highlight of my week, working through these masterpieces with you and wrestling with what they mean and how we can let them teach us ways in which to shape our lives in more positive and rewarding ways. So, looking forward to where we go next. I will be thinking of you all during the festivities this weekend on that matrimonial adventure, a journey of a different color with my best friend Dan. So I'll send him your regards. He asks after the stream often. And we'll be back for our first full solid week of these wonderful 4-hour studies of Tales of Xillia next week. The usual time, kicking off at 7 p.m. Eastern and rolling forward for 4 hours from there, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If you haven't had a chance to check out all of the articles in Tales of Praxis, check out that link that I sent. It'll be in the VOD too. A great way to get a more comprehensive sense of what we're about and what we're trying to understand in these games as we set off on our next journey and study together. But I'll also end by saying it was so nice to see so many familiar old faces returning at the beginning of this new adventure. It's great energy that we had in the stream. If you love these games, if you're excited about unpacking them and seeing them in new ways with fans who love them just as much and come at them from radically different perspectives, but with the same intention to uncover new forms of value within them, this is a place to be. Don't miss it. And this is the time to sign up and be a part of our real life JRPG party. It's real easy. All you have to do is show up, join the chat, don't spoil things, and contribute, whether it's a question or a thought or anything in between. Simply contributing your presence is enough. If the Tales games have taught us anything, it's that you don't have to speak all that often in order for your presence to be felt and make a difference to these journeys together. Oh, definitely, Grail. Thank you. Yes, I will. I'll pass on your best to Dan. Absolutely, he'll appreciate that. Yes, and I will also reiterate. Thank you again for the warranted reminder about the Discord. I will see what I can do about that. I think it would be a great way, especially at this point, to build out our community with a bit more infrastructure. So stay tuned on that. And if you don't hear updates, feel free to needle me too, because you all know me well enough to know that's how things get done at this point. All right, everybody. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for adding your presence and your consideration to the stream. Hope to see you for the rest of this adventure we're on. It's going to be a long and rewarding one, from Xillia all the way through Xillia 2 and beyond. Until Monday, dear friends, I hope you have a great rest of your week and weekend. I hope you think well and game well. I'll see you on the other side. I'm Aaron Suduko. This has been Tales of Praxis. Check out withaterriblefate.com if you need any more analysis of video games from the perspective of literary theory and philosophy between now and then. Till next time, friends. Cheers.